Good afternoon, one and all. This is MC Anjali here for you from 3G International Event Academy. I welcome you all to the third and final day of 3G International Psychology Conference 2021, where for the first time in history, psychology meets artificial intelligence. This is going to be a World Book of Records event, and for last 2 days, we had eminent speakers who are experts in various fields of psychology from overseas and all over India who came to share their thoughts, knowledge, and opinions with the rest of us, making this conference a truly international conference in spirit. I take this moment to thank the Department of Mental Health and Behavioral Sciences, Fortis Healthcare, under the aegis of Dr. Samir Parikh for being our official mental health partner. And we had many queries about, okay, will you be getting the recording? So this is getting live streamed in our YouTube channel, 3G School of Psychology YouTube channel. So you can always go and check the recordings in our YouTube channel. And if you want to win the giveaway of Amazon voucher worth 10,000 rupees, 50 free ebooks, and Canva premium account, all you have to do is go to our official Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology, and tag 5 of your friends right now. If you want to apply for the World Book of Records e-certificate, go to the website and you will be seeing a button called Apply Now for the World Book of Records e-certificate. So this golden opportunity where you can get a participation e-certificate for World Book of Records. So what you're waiting for, go and apply for that right now. Only the first 700 participants will be getting the World Book of Records certificate. So don't delay. Please go and apply it for soon. And if you want to become a futuristic and new age career coach, you can join our 3G advanced program. 3G will be providing all tools required for career counseling and the branding kit, psychometric tools, learning resources, presentations, and website. You will be fully equipped to become a career coach, beginning your career coaching journey right after 3G advanced program. So you can use our coupon code 3GIPC2021 if you want to apply for the same, and our technical team will be posting the link for the same in the chat box. And all our updates will be given in the WhatsApp group. So I request, please don't leave the WhatsApp group. All your queries will be solved there. All your doubts you can ask in our WhatsApp group. Okay, that is only you can reach out to our admins. They will be helping you if you want to join our advanced program or if you want to join our master's program. So let me also introduce a master's, revolutionary master's program of MA psychology with 100% job guarantee. So if you want to apply for the same, log into www.3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters and use our scholarship code of 3GIPC2021. I repeat, use scholarship code of 3GIPC2021. So you will be getting a scholarship up to 40,000 rupees if you are applying today. So that's all. Are you all excited for the final day, guys? So how many of you joined? Okay, good afternoon, Anjali. Poonam, hi, thank you. Pavilyanko, yeah, Indira, okay, thank you so much. So are you all excited for the final day of the conference? Please comment on the chat box. Okay, so I'm getting so many comments. Yeah. So did you enjoy the last 2 days of conference? How many of you enjoyed the conference? Did it add any value to your life? And how was the conference? Yes, I'm from Mumbai. Nidhi Gupta. Okay. So please comment on the chat box. Okay, where are you from? I will just read few comments from our participants. Bharat Yadav. Yes. I'm getting so many comments. Yes, the conference was wonderful. Kushbu, we are so happy to hear that. And Hyderabad counseling psychologist. Okay, welcome, sir. Nalap, I think Nalap. Okay, Melbourne. Okay, I'm getting so many comments. Okay, Madhavi. Yes, University of Allahabad. Okay, I don't know the name. Okay, everyone, welcome. So we have psychology aspirants. Okay, it's a beautiful thing. No, we are coming under one umbrella. All the psychology aspirants, psychologists, eminent speakers are coming under one umbrella. Thank you, 3G International Psychology team for organizing such a beautiful conference. And Lijo Lopez from Kerala, Shreya, Chandana. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we had many queries about our master's program. We had many queries about how to conduct our leaders. We had many queries about our how to apply for WBR World Book of Records certificate. So if you are applying for World Book of Records certificate, how you can position that yourself, how you can do branding with that. So how it will be beneficial. All these things will be explained in a video. And now I request my technical team to please play the video so that our participants will get a brief idea about that. So we will be starting our session by sharp 1 p.m. So stay tuned, guys. Over to technical team for the videos, please. all, welcome back. So, we had many queries about the feedback forms. Feedback forms will be given after each session, so you can fill the feedback forms. You can share your suggestions, whether you like the session, whether you have any opinion, whether we have to improve. All things you can share there. So, we had many queries about the master's program. So, how to apply for the same? I got many queries now. So, I will just share and I will just show you how to do that. So you can log into 3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters. I repeat, you can log into 3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters. And here you can find our here you will be finding the scholarship code. So here I have already typed it, 3G IPC 2021. So I repeat, you can type our code, scholarship code 3G IPC 2021 here. Log into 3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters if you want to join for the Master of Arts in Psychology program offered by 3G School of Psychology. And you can type here 3G IPC 2021, our scholarship code, which is only available for today. Okay, so if you want to apply for the same, please go and register soon so that our team will be getting back to you and you can join our program. So now over to the technical team so you can continue with the videos. Thank you. Hi all, we will be starting the session by sharp 1 p.m. So please stay tuned and I hope you all are excited for the session. So we will be continuing with few videos till 1 p.m. So thank you all. Yeah, over to technical team for the videos, please.
Just imagine you're going for a therapy and there you find a robot who will be assessing you. The robot will be asking you a set of questions and you will be answering them. And based on the answers, they will be giving you therapy based on that. So right now what I said, does this make you feel
Leonardo da Vinci once said, learning never exhausts the mind. And it's absolutely true because how much learning is too much learning. I would like to thank and congratulate each one of you on behalf of the entire 3G team for being here today. It shows how much you want to learn and grow as a person. On that note, once again, I would like to warmly welcome you all to the third and final day of 3G International Psychology Conference 2021. I take this moment to thank the Department of Mental Health and Behavioral Sciences, Fortis Healthcare, under the aegis of Dr. Samir Parikh for being our official mental health partner. We had eminent speakers who are experts in various fields of psychology from overseas and all over India who came to share their thoughts, knowledge, and opinions with the rest of us, making this conference a truly international conference in spirit. And today also we have many eminent speakers who will be talking on different interesting topics. So, how many of you are excited for today's session? And how many of you are excited to welcome the first speaker? Just comment in the chat box that you are ready. RTG, ready to go. Ready. Okay, Anjali is ready. Aditi is ready. Vineet is ready. Okay, thank you so much. Please keep this positive energy throughout. Okay, I'm so happy with the participation you guys are giving. I'm so happy with the love and support you people are giving. It is giving us energy to run this conference. Okay, we are like running the conference from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. for the last 2 days. We are getting this energy from only you guys. Thank you so much. I from bottom of my heart, no, I thank everyone. So without further ado, let's move on to the first eminent speaker. And to invite the first speaker, I invite my beautiful co-host MC Charu. Over to you, Charu.
Thank you so much, MC Anjali. So I think everyone are excited about the session. So with the same energy, let's move on in inviting our first speaker for the day, Miss Riddhi Doshi Patel, who's the founder director of Rhines Academy Private Limited, the founder of Laja, and a child psychologist. She is also an internationally certified parenting counselor. She has been a speaker and advisor at various institutions and organizations, including IIM Ahmedabad, Rotary Club, Tata Power, Larsen and Toubro, and the Times of India. She has been awarded the National Award for Cultural Activities by Avantika Delhi, Excellence in Wellness, Youth Entrepreneurs Award, Self Made Diva Award, and many more accolades. Today, she is here to enlighten us on the topic emotional intelligence and children. Ma'am, we are very much happy with your presence. Welcome to the conference. I request you to take over from here.
Thank you so much, Charu and Anjali. That was beautiful. Thank you for such a lovely introduction. Good evening to all the viewers and all the parents who are going to watch this live and who are part of the Zoom session as well. Um, I'm Riddhi Doshi Patel, and today I'm going to touch upon the most important subject that's called emotional intelligence and children. I have been researching in this subject since last 3.5 to 4 years. Been 2 months that I had done my intense research, and I came to a conclusion that major issues in terms of behavioral issues I'm talking about, you tend to have it in a child if the child is not emotionally intelligent. Nonetheless, it's not a major issue, but yes, the child needs to be expressive, the child needs to be speaking, and the child needs to be aware of the emotions and the feelings he or she undergoes. So today I'm going to touch upon the segment of emotional intelligence in children. I'll be going in a brief about what is emotional intelligence. I'll be talking about how do you help your child to understand. And I'm going to also share few activities with you, parents, so that you can have it in day-to-day life. Why it is important? Because after all, at the end of the day, what matters is your child's mental health, which is on stake at the moment. So we need to be really careful in our behavior, our talks, and also help our child get equipped with her and his emotions, plus be aware of what is going inside, what is happening within, and be able to detect the emotions, be able to express the emotions, and be able to share the emotions. So, yes, thank you so much, Joel and team, for having me here. And can I have the next slide, please? Yes. The slide says when emotions run high, people do and say things which they are not supposed to do it. we as adults have experienced multiple times, and we have seen people doing it. But you know what? The children do it very often because we all do it. At the end of the day, our children mirror us. So today we're going to understand few things, how we work on ourselves, how we help our children to work on themselves, and some few activities. Can I have the next one, please? Lovely. So before I go on to parents, how do parents respond to their child's behavior, and how these three segments of the segments of parents are? I'm going to talk a little about emotional intelligence. And parents, everybody of us knows that it is very important to equip our children with intellectual skills, and that's how we put our children for chess, we put our children for school, right? They go for every day. They go to school every day for upgrading their knowledge. They go for their chess competitions. They go for Rubik cubes. They go for swimming. They go for volleyball and multiple things, because after all, it's all about physical skills and intellectual skills. But children need to master their emotions as well. And raising an emotionally intelligent child is a guide to teach your child how to understand and regulate the emotional world around him or her. It's very important. But let me, before that, quote Joshua. And I'm going to read it from the screen. Joshua says, there's a component that children are born with, but there's a larger component that's learned. There is the intersection between nature and nurture, which is called emotional intelligence. Many times, parents come and ask me, can emotional intelligence be taught? And I say, yes, it has to be nurtured. Few that comes with the child as a part of their genes, they learn while the child is in the womb, from the mother's end, from the father's end. But yes, we need to nurture emotional intelligence in a child, and yes, that can be taught. But majorly, it is learned through our behavior, our talks, our connects. How do we handle a situation? How do we express? How do we share? But that helps understanding a child. And that's how a child's emotions and feelings are nurtured. Does that mean that the child who is throwing tantrums, who is sad, who is mad many a times, who is happy, doesn't have emotional intelligence? Yes, they do have emotional intelligence. They are able to understand the feelings. It's just that they are not able to share the feelings. It is very important for children to experience all these feelings in a very intense way. Probably we can name it as a parent because we are an adult. For children, they feel it. And when they are not able to express is where there's an inner turmoil happening. And that's how the behavior that comes out is something which we as parents don't appreciate majority of the time. Also, you need to understand that the children with higher emotional intelligence are able to pay attention, are more engaged in school, have more positive relationships, more positive social outlook, and are very empathetic. So they understand your feelings, your emotions, your sharings. Somewhere, even if you as a parent tend to just shout or react, they understand. They will not take it to heart. Albeit that's not the correct way of doing it, but they do understand. And children are empathetic because they tend to understand their feelings, but they also understand the other person's feeling as well. And I'm talking about the children who are emotionally intelligent. So I have to quote you something, and that's a definition of what emotional intelligence is all about. Emotional intelligence encompasses awareness, understanding, and the ability to express and manage one's emotions. Now, why is this important? Why is it important to express and manage? Let me cite an example here. Have you ever seen an adult reacting to certain situation or certain word? All of a sudden, you will not understand why this lady or this gentleman is shouting on top of the voice, not able to digest something that has happened around, probably a word, or probably when you and your spouse are talking, and your spouse might react to one word, holding on to one word, and that reaction is pretty harsh. Why this happens? Somewhere it is connected to something which has happened during the childhood days. If we as adults are not able to leave the situations, leave these moments, leave these memories out of our system, how could a child be? Because the child don't understand only. The children don't understand. So we have to help a child to nurture and understand his own feelings, able to distinguish between right and the right way of understanding and coping up with it. I wouldn't say wrong because there's nothing wrong as such. It's all situational and it is all about how do you react to a particular situation. I will be handling the queries at the end of the session. So if you have any, you can just put it up in the question and answer segment and I'll handle it once the session is over. And once I'm able to explain you that why it is important, what are the activities you can do and how you as a parent can help your child. Taking it further, while you are helping your child to understand what emotional intelligence is, and while you are doing few activities, how would you understand that your child is able to cope up with all the teachings you are sharing with your child or all the activities you are doing with your child? How would you access that, right? So the first thing important is your child will start talking about the feelings, right? Now, how do a child would say? The child will not say, "Mama, I'm feeling very angry." The child will not come and say that. He might misbehave. He might throw tantrums. But what will happen is when you go to a child and say, "I feel you are angry. Do you want to talk?" That's the time your child will reciprocate immediately and say, "Yes, Mama, I'm feeling angry and I really want to share that." This is how your child is able to share. And when your child is doing this, understand your child is able to cope up with all that learnings and teachings you're sharing with your child or trying to help your child to be emotionally intelligent. Your child is able to, your child is able to associate the feelings along with the actions. For example, the child has gone down to play and somebody has hit the child. Few children come up and they just cry. They don't express kya hua hai. And then you tend to ask multiple questions. You tend to probe the child, but the child will not be able to express. And if the child also says, the expression would be, "He hit me, she hit me," that's all. But how that hitting has created an impact on the child is not able to share. When you see that the child is able to share is something which you as a parent should be proud about, your learnings and your sharings, because this is what you as a parent has taught your child. Third, your child is understanding about the feelings, his or own feelings, and the feelings and emotions of other people also. For example, if you're upset and if you're sitting in your room, or if you're just sitting alone with a cup of tea, and imagine your child comes and sits beside you and says, "Mama, do you want a hug?" Or, "Mama, do you want to talk?" How would you feel if your child comes and asks you this? This is exactly what your child has learned from you. This is exactly where you can have a signal that your child is able to understand what you are trying to share with your child and what you're trying to imbibe in your child. This is how you understand, and these are few of the important signs of emerging emotional intelligence within your child, in your child. Now, it is a very important okay, thank you. I'll be answering these queries in a while. I continue with my session. So now I come up to this 4 segments of the parents, right? Now, while you are trying to inculcate emotional intelligence in your child, there have been times when we as parents react. Now, I don't say that we parents are wrong, because we tend to give the best to our children. But sometimes it is beyond us how we react to the whole situation. It is beyond us how we connect to the whole situation. It is beyond us because somewhere it is there in our upbringing, somewhere we are attuned to behave like that, right? So dismissing parents as somebody who will see their children's emotion as unimportant, right? The children's feelings and emotions doesn't hold any importance in front of them, right? And as if a child goes and speak, "Mom, I'm not feeling good today. Mom, I'm feeling very lazy. Papa, I want to talk to you." The first reaction of us would, as a dismissing parent, would be, "I'm busy. Come on, why are you so lazy? You always said." This is how we behave with our children. I'm not saying we are wrong, because we might be in a certain situation, and that's how we are behaving like that. Second is disapproving parents. They see negative emotions as something that needs to be curbed, that needs to be squashed, or that needs to be punished so that the child doesn't continue for a longer time. Example, if the child throws anger tantrums, we tend to tell the child, "Go and stand in the corner for 10 minutes." Do you ever understand how drastic negative impact that particular punishment plays on the child's mental health? It is not supposed to be done. Any sort of punishment is just not to be done. It's affecting a child's mental health. And we tend to do multiple times. We tend to give a slap. We tend to give punishments to our children. We would say, "No TV for today, no playing down for today, no food for you today." This is how we punish children. But do we ever realize, are we making them emotionally intelligent, or we are just disapproving them, their emotions and feelings? There are a set of parents who accept all the emotions of the children, but fail to help the child how to solve that. When the child says, "Papa, I want to talk to you, I'm not feeling good," or "Papa, this child has bleed," the first sentence would come, "I understand. You're not feeling good. I can't help it, you know. What can I do as, I mean, it's your teacher's job. It's your school's job to look after you because you have been bullied in school." Or if the child is playing down and the child is bullied and the child comes up and says, "Mama, I'm feeling very hurt. This child was making fun of me." You would say, "Huh, beta, I understand. But what can I do, child? They are our neighbors, they are our best friends. Just let go now." They fall in the third category. And the fourth category of parents are, they value negative emotions, they value children's expression. They not only respect those emotions and feelings, but they help the child to solve it. They equip the child to name it, to take the emotions, to understand and be aware of what is happening within, to understand the feeling, and probably as a parent, because they are the ones who are emotion coached parents, and they even help their children overcome it and overcome in a very, very positive way. This is the fourth category. And I want you parents to be in the fourth category and not in the first three categories. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. Now, Dr. John Gottman have mentioned 5 segments how to cultivate emotional intelligence in your child. But what is your responsibility as a parent? Because at the end of the day, it's you whom your child is going to mirror and not your neighbors, not your relatives. It is important that you as a parent help the child to nurture it smartly. So we go ahead from here. And these are 5 types of very practical tips. Before I go on to the activities which you can do it in day-to-day life to help your child to be emotionally intelligent, and not only that, to help your child maintain strong mental health along with strong physical health. So going ahead, the first is be aware. I have the picture in front of me. Yes. Be aware of your child's emotions. Not every child, my dear parents, are able to understand the emotions and feelings. You need to be aware of your child's emotions and feelings through their behavior, through their body language, through their words, and through their expressions. Second, see emotion as an opportunity for connection and teaching. That's the best thing you as a parent can do. Pick up that as an opportunity. Pick up that as something to talk to connect with your child, and help the child to help himself or herself to understand the emotions and feelings. Third, listen and validate the feeling. If your child comes and tells you, I'm sad, I'm angry, I feel like hitting somebody, I feel like crying, acknowledge that. Appreciate that the child has just come and spoken to you and not just kept within. It is important that the child speaks. If the child doesn't speak, it's going to be very difficult to have a sound mental health. It's going to be a damaged emotional health. Remember that. The fourth, label the emotions. Help your child to understand those emotions. Help your child to label those emotions. And how would you do that? So while your child is talking to you and is not able to come up to a conclusion that what is really doing, hurting the child, you might say, I understand that the other child made fun of you. Are you feeling hurt? How are you feeling? Do you want to talk? This is how you give space to your child to label it, to name it, to tag it for himself or herself, and then express. Help the child to express first. And the last but not the least, help your child problem solve with limits. Why? All emotions are acceptable by your parents, but all behaviors are not. If your child says, I feel like hitting this child, and if your child hits, why? Because it bleed. Now that's not a correct behavior. Help your child to stop the other child with understanding where that particular emotion is coming. Why is the child behaving like this? And probably help your child to let go from within, not holding on to particular emotion, and help your child to connect with something else, some other activity, and let go from within. This is how you are going to help your child be emotionally intelligent. And a quick habit, a quick recap of all the things which I've spoken in terms of sharing of habits of kids who are high on EQ. First, they use their vocabulary to identify the emotions. Second, they recognize the emotions and yours too as a parent here. They see things from other points of view. They will say, he tried making fun of me, but Mama, you know what? Why he did this? Because the other child did, so he copied. Do you understand the relation? Can you now connect the dots? Because your child is able to understand his emotions, that he's feeling hurt, but also the child is able to understand the other person's feeling and why the other person tried bullying your child. He
Ma'am,
can
sorry
connect
to
the
interrupt.
dots there as well.
Ma'am, we have a couple of minutes to wind up the session, ma'am. You have 5 more minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. And the last but not the least, they use tools to manage the emotions. So when I'm saying they use tools, these tools are something which is really simple, like just talking about it. And the next tool which I'm going to talk about you is you need to talk to your child. And can I have the next slide, please?
Ma'am, is this a slide? We are on journaling slide, ma'am.
Absolutely. So
Okay.
this is the tool you need to imbibe in your child, and this is something which is very important for you as a parent as well. Every day evening or every alternate day, sit with your child and just remember, you have a balcony, sit in the balcony. If you have a window panel and you can stand there or sit there on a high chair, do that and just talk to your child and write it down. You can always ask, how was your day? When you ask your child, how was your day? The first answer that comes is good or bad. Help your child to connect with the larger emotions rather than good or bad. You can always ask, what emotions or how did you feel when this thing happened, or how was the day, what happened throughout the day, and then help the child to connect. And the third and not the last one part, ask your child, what is the one feeling and emotion you would like to carry forward for the next day? Help the child understand there are varied emotions, there are hundreds of emotions, if not hundreds, at least 10 to 15. If you can help your child to understand, that would be wonderful. I would request you to stop the PowerPoint, please. Thank you. Now, few activities, a quick activities. What you can do is have a moodometer. So have some circles of moods being written: sad, happy, angry, hurt. This creates few moodometers, and every day, probably, or once a week, or twice in a week, you can just put up that moodometer somewhere and ask your child to write down how he or she feels. Or probably a child comes and talks to you about some emotion or feelings, and you can ask your child, how about sharing your experience in that particular moodometer? This is how you are getting to talk with your child. This is how you are able to help your child to connect with the emotions and feelings. And this is how you are creating an empathetic childhood, an empathetic child for his better teenage age and for his better adulthood. This is something which you can easily do it. And the second most and not the last one is an activity which I would suggest to all the parents, since I have just 2 minutes. Simple. Every day or alternate day, while you are doing journaling, ask your child to give their hands in your hands and just do nothing but look at your child and observe. Ask your child to observe you. You can observe your child. No talks, no wordings, no music around, nothing. Just let the touch happen, and let's just look into each other's eye and see how emotions flow. Your child will be able to understand your emotions. You will be able to understand your child's emotions. And please, it's okay to share your emotions with your children. It's okay to tell your child, I'm feeling very pathetic today. It's okay. But also tell your child that when you're feeling pathetic, how did you help yourself to overcome it? Because that's how your child is learning how to cope up with all the things which has got them feel in a very, not in a very good space. So help them to cope up with it. Thank you so much. I hope I could help you to understand why it is important for a child to be emotionally intelligent, and how can you help your child to be emotionally intelligent. I have few queries. Joel, do I have time to
yes, ma'am. You can take queries? 2 more. You can do 2 more questions. 2 more.
Okay,
ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, Charu.
Yes, Charu. Like, ma'am can take 2 more questions. Yeah, we will take questions from Q&A. And we have our head national leader here, who is Joel. So it's so kind of you to, yeah, he will be helping with the Q&A.
Lovely, Joel. If you can just go ahead with it.
Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. So they have asked, if a child is constant with his emotions and not even cry or irritated by any activity, is that bad?
If the child is constant with the emotions, and if you as a parent see that the child is not able to express, or the child is not able to connect with any activity, it's okay for you or you as a parent to share and not probe the child. Let the child understand from your end. You can start, instead of asking how was your day, you can always say, you know what, I'm not feeling good, I want to share with you, can I? Take the child's permission and start doing. You will see within a week's time, the child will start expressing, Mama, I want to talk as well. Or Papa, I want to do it. Or probably if the child is not quite expressive, he or she will start coping up with the activity you want to do with your child. But the first step is you need to start. And the second step is, are you emotionally intelligent, my dear parent? First, try to do it at your end. And as it rightly says, Fake it to tame it. Start understanding. Fake it to name it. I'm sorry. Fake it to name it. So create, when you fake it to name it for your child, it is important that you name it to tame it. Both is important. So understand where you come from and help your child to understand where the child comes from and mutually create a strong bonding and create an emotional intelligent child.
Yes, ma'am.
I hope I can
Ma'am,
answer your question.
yes, ma'am. The next question is how to make parents understand about things going around with their children and how impacting that child can uh, have, like how parents can understand it from what the children is going on, and based on how they can react and what kind of impact they're creating on children, ma'am.
Parents, you know what? As much as online sessions and online teaching is difficult for you as adults, or online work is difficult for you as adults, it is the similar scenario at your child's end. It is difficult. It is too much of screen space, and there are a lot of things happening, a lot of unwanted exposure the child is getting when the child is online, because it's just not the studies happening, but a lot of other things are happening as well. Not getting too much into detail, but there's a lot of online bullying happening, and the child is, it's too overwhelming for your child, for any children these days, right? Right from not only children, a teenager or young adult as well. What you as a parent need to do is, I understand. First tip, golden word to be used each time. I understand. And the second, can I help you in this? These two things, if can be, adapted in your talks with your children, that is going to help you and your child as well. And the most important thing is, do not react. Buy time, relax, and then solve it. I hope this helps.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So moving on to,
Thank you, Joel.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. So I would like to conclude certain things that you said. So you told like regarding the emotional intelligence in children. So the main thing that we take back from your session is naming verbally what a person is actually feeling. Like when a child gets back home saying that, "Mama, I had a bad day," so they should understand that it's not a bad day, because it was something else. Like simpler, more than the bad day is a very strong word. So the parents can make them understand that, okay, this was just a day, like tomorrow is also there will be more days to come, and there and all you can shine. So verbally wording what emotions that we feel and journaling it is an amazing takeaway from your session, regarding emotional intelligence. And thank you for also talking about the 5 steps of emotional coaching. And one more amazing thing that I could relate is, like you took a session regarding children and how parents can deal with the children. And what I can say is, why not train our inner child emotionally?
Absolutely, absolutely, Joel. And Joel, few parents have been asking for the presentation. So parents, Joel has it.
Sure, ma'am.
They can just you and take it from them.
Sure,
Thank you so much, Joel and team, and thank you, 3G International Psychology. It was wonderful to be here on your platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Ma'am, we'll be presenting you an e-certificate right now as a token of gratitude.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, ma'am. So I request the technical team to present an e-certificate. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being with us.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Joel. Thank you.
Great to have you.
Thank you.
Bye, ma'am. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful session. So, to keep on moving with our interesting sessions, I would like to hand over the session to MC Kishore. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, MC Charu. So before we are moving to the next speaker, I would request our energetic participants to fill the feedback form, which is posted in our chat box. So it will be useful for the speakers to answer your questions. So moving forward, I would like to invite the next speaker, Mrs. Henna Beg. She is an entrepreneur and a psychotherapist. To be precise, she is a solution therapist who resolves cases in a short time. She loves to help people and always strives to access clients in accordance with the professional practice, standard, and code of ethics. She has an experience over a decade in person, one-to-one counseling and telephonic counseling, and also worked with individuals from all the age groups undergoing various challenges in life. She uses techniques as per the client's need. She is very creative, innovative, Especially when dealing with the kids, she uses methods like storytelling, drawing, and role play. She's also conducted interactive workshops on such as anxiety, anger, and bereavement. She has a good communication skills and connects with her clients with ease. She aims her equip her clients and confidence and encourages them to appreciate their true talents. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this note, I love to welcome the honorable speaker, Mrs. Henna Beck, to the stage. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're in mute, ma'am. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi everyone.
Yes, ma'am, you can speak.
Okay. Good afternoon, and this is an opportunity for me, and I congratulate everyone over there who's listening right now, and the hosts themselves to conduct such an amazing webinars and bringing all the speakers on one platform. So I would like to start today. I am planning to speak about the gadget and you. And if the PPT could be shared, it'll be really nice for them to relate because this is an artificial intelligence. The backdrop is artificial intelligence, and everyone is talking about, how the artificial intelligence is going to replace the humans in the near coming future. So, as humans right now, we need to understand how it is actually affecting us. Leave aside replacing us in the future. Has it not replaced some part of ourselves right now also? So, focusing on that, I would like you to identify how much of a gadget you are right now. So, the topic is the gadget in you, as everyone has a mobile service or a laptop on through which they are watching this. So, the next, whenever you're going to buy a laptop or a mobile, so what are the things that you would like to see in a mobile? These are the basic questions that people really exhaust themselves to find out on the internet or ask their friends who have recently purchased any mobile service, any mobile gadgets. So in the next PPT, we'll see, in the next slide of this PPT, we will see the features that is present in a mobile. It's like a basic one, and we will come to know how it is very relatable to ourselves as an individual. So the next slide shows over there, that is the brand. Though whenever we are going to buy a mobile, we would like to choose which brand to buy, the model number that it's featuring in the market right now. The feature mobiles that was just showcased in this year, uh, it's available right now online. There is a difference. Some people are saying slide is not showing. So if that could be rectified. But
Ma'am,
anyway,
we are on a basic features slide. I think, is it right, ma'am? Are we on the
yeah,
right slide? Yeah,
yes,
ma'am.
yes.
So participants, if you're not able to see the slide, I would request you to please log out once and please check your network connectivity. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You can continue.
Thanks a lot. Okay, the basic features, like everyone is saying, brand, the specifications, the battery, the camera, the storage space, the display, etc. That is all. That is a main basic thing that anyone would like to explore before investing some money on purchasing a gadget. Now, how it is related to ourselves right now as students, maybe as interns or as young adults who are working and going on to age factors increasingly. Like the brand, when I talk about is what is the qualifications that you're holding at this point of time? What is in it that you are so confident about yourself? What is your model number? you know you are right now in this age. So what is, like, how should people know, okay, this is your brand quality, this is who you have gained a knowledge to this specific level, to this model number level, because the model number increases as per the upgrades that's happening by the company, but the basic features remains the same. So it's only the development or the innovation that the company try to increase or improve upon, like debugging and all. So what is your brand? What is your qualification? Coming to the next one, the specifications. Everyone has different knowledge. Some are very tech savvy, some are not. But eventually, before purchasing any mobile, they would like to know what are the specifications and whether this mobile that you are going to buy is worth it. So the specifications will reveal what are your skills. So your qualification, okay, fine. If you're an engineer, that is your qualification. What are your skills? Are you very skilled in specific area in that brand? You know, like some phones are very good wherein you are making any audio clip or for the YouTube, some for PPT or some for Office Excel. So every brand specification is upon the need that you have that will be selected by you. So what is your specifications? The battery. It's very obvious. There is everyone would like to say what is the battery life? What for how long this phone lasts if we use it continuously? Or if we charge it, what's the optimum charging time? So the battery life vis-a-vis you, the gadget in you, what is your battery life? How much are you enthusiastic about life? That is your battery life. Are you so energetic to face anything that is thrown at you? Or are you just fumbling and saying, oh, I cannot meet up this? So the expectation is not matching to your battery life. Exactly the same way as you're talking about your phone. You check the battery, you keep it for charging. The sleep time is your charging time. Are you compromising on it? If you're compromising on your battery life, on your battery capacity, then what will happen? For example, if you are in an important meeting, your phone gets discharged suddenly, it starts beeping. You will get agitated, right? You will like to see, oh, the charger, the connectivity, everything will just start coming down. Your own input will start coming down. Exactly the same way for you. What is your battery? If you're not sleeping on time, your productivity, your efficiency will decline. You will not be able to perform the way you should. You have the capacity because the specification is there, you are qualified, but the battery is not up to the mark. So just because of your certain habits or taking up life as it is, you are putting the specifications at risk. Coming down to camera, what is the purpose of camera? Nowadays we try to see, oh, front camera, the back camera, how many it is. It's there, like, whether it has 5 cameras to macro analyze or macro click the pictures. These days, we are so much into photography, but the camera shows the vision that you have as a person. The camera in yourself, the gadget that you are right now moving about in the world, that will show what filters you are having in life. The camera is very important. You capture whatever it's presented to you. Even sometimes if one is speaking to you, you look at the person. If you are not very comfortable with that person, the way they respond facially, you may get just offload. You don't want to communicate. You have a judgmental criteria. So if you are pursuing towards your own goal, these hurdles happen. You are capturing it through your camera, through your lens, through your vision. Then your speed will again be slower. The storage space, now how it is related to you as a person. We know when we are buying the mobile surface, we want the storage to be very, very optimum. It has to be like, the most capacity that, okay, 64 GB, 1 TB. We want to have that much of storage. How about you as a person? What is your storage space? How much are you learning? How much are you decluttering what you have inside you and then unlearning what is not needed by you at that point of time? It's like now what we are talking about. So the moment that you are living right now, How much can you unlearn so that you can again learn something which is very, very beneficial for you? So the decluttering and unlearning part will only happen if you realize the storage space that you have. If you are full, if you have so many thoughts, your past coming in, what somebody had said to you few years back, that's like bombarding you, you know. So the space is cluttered with all the past memories. You have not decluttered yourself. You have not deleted the stuff that was not needed for you right now. It's going to hamper your skills, the specification part. If this decluttering is there, the specifications is going to get affected. The quality will be depleted. Coming to the display part. Display is in a phone, as we all know, how is the feature, whether it's touch screen or how fast is the touch screen, right? If you are using any keyboard, what are the features in the keyboard? Does it have different languages? We don't know that. Now, when we buy, we take caution, we are cautious about this specification also, the display part. How about you? Whomsoever is listening to you, to this session right now, think about what is your display. How are you presenting yourself to the world? Is it prejudged? Are you going to be a pleasing, person pleasing person, always saying yes, bending yourself so much to a breaking point that is a compromise point? Do you have a smart way to resolve things at your end? It's like you should be aware about your displaying features. The etc. part is the basic features. Again, whatever the mobile now, everyone has different criterias while they are going to purchase. The investment part also. If we talk about the money part, if you are spending on any course or anything that is going to enhance you, then try to do it from a qualified place. Don't just go and upgrade yourself from anywhere online, because there are so many courses available. Just make sure from wherever you are getting yourself certified, wherever you are getting extra knowledge, that should be a very good place. Sometimes the value for money vis-a-vis your camera, your vision is very important. Don't downscale yourself just to match and say, oh, I'll just add it in my CV. No, the specification should be quality. You should not compromise on that. You should really work for it. It's like who you are will be reflected in your display. So display will encompass your brand, your qualification, the specification, again, your skills. The battery will be your enthusiasm part. The camera is your vision. The storage space is your learning capacity. And that is only possible if you declutter, unlearn, delete, and then ready to learn something. It's as simple as just deleting big media that is there on your phone and you're not using it. It's like that. The display is again how you are presenting yourself. What is it that you are doing to make yourself be what you are qualified for? If it's like you are qualified and you are ready for an interview, are you working for it? Your speech. I'll add this over here in the display. When we have speech recognition, we have different apps for the speech, for the recording, but the content is yours. What is your content that you would like to display? You need to work on that. Don't just spend time and say, oh, I know it. Listen to, people in your own specific field, how you can learn as to what they are saying, the topic and the content, how they are delivering it, because everything is available. on internet. It's no hide and seek game right now. On your fingertips, it's there. What are you going to display is the content in relation to your specification. That is very important. So these are the basic features. The gadget in you is the gadget that you are holding. Can you relate to it? The next slide that is there are the some features that is already there on your phone. When you switch on the phone, okay, they put the charging thing, right? The specific features you will see on the phone. So the next slide, please. These are the expected features by everyone. Like when we go to buy, this is the basic thing that we need. I'll just read first the settings, the clock, the phone, that is for the call, the mail, the photos, the search web, apps that are pre-downloaded on the mobile that you are buying, etc. And all these things, I'll leave the settings because I'll come to that in the end. We definitely check the settings. Once we purchase it, then we try to see what are the in-depth settings available. But we'll see, oh, the clock is there. We'll try to set up according to our own set work. Clock is the timeline that you are in right now. It's pointless to compare yourself, how you were 2 years back, how you were 1 year back. The clock keeps on ticking. The timeline for you will keep on ticking. You need to understand this fact, need to relate to the clock part. You should never give up. The clock never gives up. It keeps on moving. The date keeps on changing. Then it is the phone call. The phone is there on your app, you know, through which you call. It's also called phone. And the mail is through which you send your email. These two things are for your networking. You may have a long list of contacts in your phone. That is good. You may have n number of email IDs. That is also good. How much are you using it for yourself? After all, this is all about you, right? You are here for yourself. You are not here on behalf of somebody. So what is it that you are doing for yourself as a networking part? So phone calls and mails, are you using it for your networking? If you have any doubts, are you using it for that? Or are you typing the message part? I have not written over here the messages. It is not important. It's verbal, because message is the way you are reading the, at times like in WhatsApp or in normal messages, if somebody sends you a message, I am busy, for example, you had asked. So now it is, if you have a headache or you are upset through your surroundings, somebody said to you, you are upset. Now, if you read that message at that point of time, I am busy, I'll call you later, then it is, you will think automatically, this person is good for nothing. They don't have time. They think high of themselves. Now, you don't know what the background is over there. You are reading according to your own tone, according to your own set of circumstances. Read that message later. It's just as simple as, I am busy. Will contact you later. It's not a big deal. That is why I want you to highlight in yourself. It is the gadget in you. If you want to ask anybody something, please dial the phone. Call that person. If that person is very busy, that person will type the same message, but you made an effort to connect. Maybe that person will call you back. Mail that person, whomsoever it is. If it's in a very structured, setup, mail it. If it's a teacher or something, mail. I have these doubts. May I have a specific time to clear these doubts? Make your communication very, very clear. Don't stake your mental health on just messages. It's not needed. Going on to the photos part, these days the smartphones and all the mobile services, they have the filters. You don't know how these filters are going to be accepted by the other person. Why are you changing? I am not a very pro person to, tell people to use the filters unless until it is there in your profession. Be your true self. It's okay. It's absolutely fine the way you look. You don't need to put filters. It's like I am really amazed as to how nowadays people themselves, their personality is now dependent on these filters. It is not needed. Going back to the basic features, remember the qualification part. That is who you are. That will take you forward, you know, and it will be there. What if there's, okay, the photos are there, right? So photos without filter again will show you who you are. You're going to collect the moments. You have to be present now, to be in this moment, to make this as a beautiful memory. Make it a productive memory. Do anything that you can do to be better, to be moving, to be clicking with the time, to be in the momentum. Now the search web is like everything is different. Everyone likes to use different engines through which they want to search. What is your engine? How are you searching yourself in real life amongst your own self? With your peer groups, with the family members. How are you placing yourself? Are you upgrading yourself, upskilling yourself? Is it there? Or are you just stagnating with what people are saying, what people are thinking about you, how you are placed amongst your own peer groups? Everyone has different skill. This is not the end. You need to just upgrade, keep on doing. There will be a time for you. If you are not satisfied with yourself right now, in future, definitely there will be a time for you. Don't worry about the future part. It's a very common thing, and I strongly believe past is a mystery, history, and future is a mystery. Don't hopscotch in past and future. Be now. You know, it's like how much are you capturing the moments through the photos, through your own vision. Again, it comes to the photos part, the camera part, how it's connected. How are you searching yourself? Make your identity. You may not be like the people you admire or look up to in your own peer group or in the world outside, and that is okay. Nobody can be like you also. You are unique. Understand that part. Apps are the pre-downloaded. So now when we are going to purchase any mobile, we have pre-downloaded apps already available. We check that if it's there because some are paid. If it's there, it's like nothing like it. Now, most of the days it's fine. Like nowadays, WhatsApp will be there by default. We may have music app. We may have health app. We may have any other games app. It's like pre-downloaded, etc. It's like any other apps that you would like to, and you can also download it. So it's like pre-downloaded, it's pre and downloaded, something which is already present, and you are going to download as per your own requirement. Your requirements are different. I may have different requirements as compared to you. So now, when you have these pre-downloaded, apps on your mobile, what are you going to do with it? How much are you going to invest yourself? Is it the vision that is going to be taken away by these apps, or is it going to enhance your vision? It's like, interconnected. These are the silent apps that encroaches the space that we have, leading us to declutter part, wherein that is needed. The apps that we don't need, we need to declutter it. We need to have clarity. You are at a threshold wherein you are going to make a mark for yourself. You are at a position wherein you can do wonders that is happening. We know that artificial intelligence is creeping up every day in the society in any form. You know, coming to settings part. So apps and pre-downloaded. free, what is available, and download it, what you are going to do. You need to be wise in that. You need to check out if they are your, stealers, time stealers. They are taking away your valuable time. It's who you are, the gadget you are. That is why not all the apps are downloaded by default in a mobile that we are going to buy. Basic features are there, expected features are there. So have the expected features in yourself. Don't overcrowd yourself. Have that vision. Coming to settings part, which I left initially, settings is about you. If we want to change the settings about the audio part, we go into the settings, we try to mute, right? We try to put it in the airplane mode. We have that capacity to increase and decrease. So how is it that you are always loud then? If anyone is saying loud, have that airplane mode in yourself. It's fine. The other person can be what they are. It's fine. How are you? Are you on the same page? Are you responding? The media is different. There is the option of hotspot, roaming. Go into that, relate to it for yourself. The brightness capacity, how bright you are. It's not that every time you need to be, up to the mark, like I am this. No, you need relaxation moment. You need humor in your life. You can put a night mode for yourself. You can be who you are also at times. When you are professionally, when you are personally, it's like who you are. What is your gadget speaking for you? So be careful about the settings that you are posing for yourself. You don't need to be very harsh for yourself. You need to be in a relaxed mode. Choose the screen mode for yourself. Don't be on bright side, nor dim side, nor the dark side always. That is not who you are. You all have amazing capacity. You all are excellent. Coming to the next slide, and that is the version for you. What is your version? Before the version, okay, your version. It's the basic and the advanced. Now, basic will be your basic features, the expected features. Once in your position, in your life, whatever you are doing in life right now, whatever skills that you were supposed to do, you need to build on it and be confident about it. Any hurdle, try to address it. Ask your peer groups, ask your friends, ask your family members how to upgrade that. What is it? Because not everyone will be knowing everything. It's fine to ask. Okay? The advanced will be, how are you prepared? You are going to progress. You cannot progress with the basic features. You need to progress you are advancing forward in life. You are clicking, you are ticking. So it has to be an upgraded skill for you. You need to move forward. So the slide that is wherein you have to adopt and adapt will decide which version are you going to be in. What are you going to work for to be, whether you are in basic, cool, you can upgrade over there also, and then you can move on to the advanced thing. There is no hurry. You all have the time. You all have the energy. The battery should be charged. Always remember that. Going to the next slide. What is the difference that will be there for the AI and the humans that we are? We need to have a humanistic approach. Though we are trying to make the bots, all the artificial intelligence that we actually know to our knowledge, we are trying to teach the emotions to them. And we ourselves are becoming bots. We are just, send, copy, paste, forward. We are doing that. We are failing in the conversation part. So how quick are we to adjust and how quick are we to adopt to the new situation that you are in? Don't try to move forward, solve the current situation with all the techniques or all the knowledge that you have of the basic feature. upgrade it, match to the qualification and the skills that you have. What are you going to do? The display part, match it to that, and then adjust. You don't need to be very topsy-turvy in the last moment. Be gradual, but be in the momentum, because the AI will fail to take decisions because at times which may be beyond their capacity. Like the CEOs or the team leaders, they take sometimes the decisions based on their experience. That is a humanistic part. They know that, okay, this worked, this did not work. So on the basis of their experience, this is not quantifiable. You cannot, actually make a data on it. So it's upon your experience that you are going to make a decision at times. So that is like, how quick are you to adjust and adopt to the current situation based on your experience? That the AI will not be able to do at times, but maybe in future they will be able to do. But that before that, what you can do is what you can do right now for yourself. So make the gadget very updated model. That is who you will be, right? Then it's one more thing is like, when you are upgrading yourself, when you are upskilling yourself, have a concept that in the coming future, you may not be absorbed in the field that you are training yourself. So broaden your vision. Maybe a hobby, maybe something you also like, try to develop simultaneously. Try to learn skills that you are you are hasty or very indecisive about. Go ahead, conquer. It's like my favorite thing is carpe diem. It's like seize the moment. So you all should be doing that and be the best model for yourself. Like people should say, and they say that you have really worked out. The settings are very, very good. You don't harm yourself by just a pre-decision what others have said. Be just yourself, a better version. So that ends, I think so, with the session and with the time given almost. If there's any question, the next slide will, can you just put the next slide? There it is. I made this picture that do not trap yourself in a cell. And it's like, if you understand, you understand. Life is beyond that, the measurement that you are holding. It's beyond that. Go and seize it. Thank you so much. And any questions in the QA, or if anyone would like to ask a question?
Yes, ma'am. We have some questions in the chat box. So, moving first. Just a second, ma'am. Okay. So, where is the dashboard from from which I'll be getting this? Okay. Sorry.
Well, we have
He's
a
having.
question. How can I
Yes.
improve my battery life? How can I improve my life? That is the first question.
How can you improve your
Life.
life? Live in the moment. Write down on a page, what is it that you would like to improve?
Okay.
Do you know what you want to improve? Is it health? Is it emotionally you want to improve? Is it the mental strength that you want to improve? Is it the physical aspects that you want to improve? If you're not identifying what you want to improve, you may be good in many things. You may be a good person. Like, in a group, you can strike a conversation very easily. You have your own thoughts. You may be good in cooking. You may be good in managing stuff, administrative level. So you need to identify your strength and your weakness. What is it that you want to improve on? Without identifying yourself, it will be like you want to improve, you will be losing on time. Consolidate on what already you have, the skills part, right? Under the qualification thing, consolidate on that and build other things simultaneously. Don't spend entirely on building It's like consolidating also. It's like hand and glove position. I hope that answers.
Yes, ma'am. So we have next question. Completely unlearning thing is never possible. So how can we help ourselves with that? That is the next question.
Okay. It's like we may not be unlearning thing, like in a phone. Okay. From a video, if you have created a folder of a video, you may have different videos. You delete particular video which is not needed. It doesn't mean that the phone does not have the capacity to hold any videos. No, it has that capacity. It's that inbuilt feature. Now, unlearning, you have to write down what do you want to unlearn. Again, it will be something which is not needed by you right now, that you can keep it aside. It's not helping you to move forward. So you need to be smart. The adjusting and adopting the thing should be there in you. So unlearn that part. It's not that you are running away from it. It's just not needed right now for you at this point of time. You may need it in future. So unlearning is not that you are just deleting everything. The basic file will be there in you.
Beautiful, ma'am. Beautiful answer. So, like, next question. What does a solution therapist do? I think we can take one more question. Kishore can help me with the last question. So, ma'am, yeah, what does a solution therapist do? Could you please brief
Uh,
on?
yeah, psychotherapist is like I'm a psychotherapist, but solution therapist, I'm more a strength based counselor. So solution therapist basically resolves the issue in 3, 5, or 7 sessions. It has not taken beyond those many sessions for any person, unless until it's actually a very complicated case. But till date, mostly it's like generally it's 3 sessions or 5 sessions. People bounce back beautifully, though whatever their situation is. It's the confidence in a therapist, and again, the confidence in the person who's seeking the therapy in themselves, trusting the process.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And Kishore, over to you for the next question. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, ma'am. We have one more question. Completely unlearning things is never possible. How can we get
Kishore,
help
we
with
took
it?
that question, Kishore. Yeah, you can move to the next question.
Okay. So, what is movia or depends disease? What is mobile depend disease?
Mobile dependency.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mobile dependency, see, like now, if this gadget is there, if you are feeling very restless with your, I mean, if the mobile is kept somewhere, okay, and you are very restless, why are you restless? It's just a gadget. It is not your oxygen, that you need to spend your own self with it. It is a form of communicate. Initially, what was it developed for? A form to communicate. Now it has gone beyond the communication space. It has taken your own capacity to communicate. You are just muted and you're just doing it at the tip of your finger. So if you realize again that message part, if what the example I gave earlier, when we are just muted and interacting with each other, we are not talking on phone, we are not communicating with each other, be it family members. We are not learning from each other's experiences. So dependency will be anything. If you Google up the word also on Wikipedia or something, you'll find the exact meaning of dependency, how it is affecting you as a person. Is it that you cannot do anything without it? Definitely you can do anything and everything without your own mobile services. If it is for that pre-downloaded apps that I mentioned, the pre part, only the basic and the downloaded. What is the quantity of downloaded apps on your mobile? Because they will be your time stealers. They will make you dependent on the phone. That is a very, very subtle way. Again, I said it's the silent killers. It will silently help you to procrastinate, move away from your focus. Take the camera part, take the vision part from you. they orient you in a place wherein you will only feel very, very health conscious again, that you'll spend a lot of time in that rather than upskilling yourself and being in the moment. So dependency is anything that you are not very comfortable without it. Be dependent on yourself, the gadget that you have. Be very confident about it. You all have to be dependent on yourself. Be a good friend for yourself. And have that Wi-Fi connection with your heart and soul and mind. That is how it goes. Okay. Any other question?
Ma'am, we would love to hear more from you, but due to the time constraints, we have to move to the next session. So we will be mailing all the questions to you, ma'am. So can we do that, ma'am?
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot. And everyone, please take care.
Okay. So I would request our head national leader to thank the speaker, and Kishore can proceed with the certifications. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us. It was such a short time. And 2 hours back, I called her and told her, like, ma'am, could you take a session, amazing session regarding something interesting so that the present youth is able to relate and move and make changes and adapt towards the changing future. So she came up with an amazing topic like the gadget within you. Like she used an amazing analogy and compared phones. We use phones all the time. So she amazingly connected us to real life and how we can improve ourselves and adapt and program ourselves in a way that it's beneficial for us in our coming future. So thank you, ma'am. And within 2 hours of time, you prepared an amazing PPT, and also you were so calm during the session. And yeah, it was so smooth and awesome, ma'am. So thank you, everyone. So if you guys like the session, put a yes or a boom in the chat box. And we have also shared her LinkedIn profile and also Instagram links. Do check out her post. It's really amazing. It's worth the read. So thank you, everyone, for supporting. And thank you, ma'am, for being with us in this amazing session in this International Psychology Conference. It's an honor to have you here.
We are really privileged to have you here, ma'am. Thank you so much for coming in within a short notice. Thank you so much. So now over to Kishore. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Really, it is a very wonderful session, and I have seen many comments that they cannot take the eyes from their lap or phone, and it was very interesting topic what you have done. Thank you so much, ma'am. In token of love, we have an e-certificate for you. So I request my technical team to give her the same.
Thank you so much, and congratulations for connecting with Fortis also. That enhances your efforts. And I congratulate the entire team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much. Yes, now, for moving forward, I would request my co-MC, MC Litish, to take over.
Thank you for inviting me, MC Kishore. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a honor to be here with you today. This is MC Litish Subramani of 3G School of Psychology to lead all through today's assembly. And it's a great pleasure to introduce our next honorable speaker, Niveta KS. Who are all excited for the session? Please comment in chat box as a boom or yes. Wow, I'm getting so many responses. Thank you for being such great responses, also for being a positive audience. A passionate bioinformatician turned out for be a homemaker by a choice and get digital marketing course by passion during COVID-19 time. Then joined 3G platform to upgrade herself and took career guidance as a person of current generation. He has been taking classes for neighborhood for free, so they are aware about their children's career. Today, she is joined with us to talk on the topic of parenting psychology. Let us welcome our honorable speaker, Niveta KS. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Litish. That was a great, wonderful introduction. Yes. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone is doing good. And I'm going to speak on a topic called as a parenting psychology. And yeah. Oh, sorry. Parenting psychology, right?
Ma'am, we are on the first slide, ma'am, the standard practices.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
The standard practices and the strategies that the parents use in their children, varying very importantly, parenting styles vary along the two dimensions, either warmth and under the control. These are the two dimensions the parenting psychology comes under. The warmth comes under the affection, how affectionate the parent is towards to the child, and the control is come to under like how structural the parent is making the child, and like dominating, and this is one of the main key important practice they are doing. And Diana Baumrind was the first psychologist to identify different styles of parenting. There are four styles of parenting: authoritative, authoritarian, permissive, and uninvolved. These are the four types of parenting. Authoritative parenting, in this, we have emotional stability, adaptive coping patterns, positive self satisfaction, socially competent, lower levels of problem behavior. Right? We have emotionally, we are flexible with the parenting, and it has a high impact with the parent and the child to be together, and emotionally stability. And adaptive coping patterns is like we are adaptive to the situations whatever even the parent and the child faces during the situation. They both are combined together, and then they cope up the patterns in the life, right? And lowers the problem levels the problem behavior, because flexibility in talking to the parent makes the child and the parent to overcome the problem behavior. And authoritarian parenting, it's like strict, like very strict, and once the child is adamant, the parent tends to become so strict to a parenting behavior, and in that leads to the poor academic achievement, depressive symptoms, and poorer social skills. Because when we become strict, the child gets so influenced, and mama or the papa is getting strict, so why should I study? Or it tends to become more aggressive, make the child more aggressive. So this comes under the authoritarian parenting. And third one is permissive parenting. It comes under poor self-control, low self-esteem, performs less well in the school, and more likely to get involved in problem behavior, right? Because once the permissive parenting uh, gets into a control, they have low self-esteem, and whatever once they be strict to the child, they perform very less in the school, and they tend to behave the problem behavior, and they call the school from the school they call it parents. And then they will complain that the child is like this, so kindly take over or take care of what is the problem and check it, and then you can go ahead in the school. And fourth one is uninvolved parenting. This is nothing but lacking in self-regulation, lacking in social competence, increase in antisocial behavior and delinquency, increase in anxiety, depression, and somatic complaints. So uninvolved, like the parent tends to do their own work, and they won't even take care of the child, and that comes under the uninvolved parenting. And these are the four things what I explained. This comes under the authoritative, comes under nurturing, democratic, flexible, affectionate towards the child, and clear standards, set boundaries, open communication, high expectation. And authoritarian comes under the demanding sector, strict, inflexible, high expectation, little warmth, and rigid rules that makes the child very uncomfortable, right? Emotionally distant and autocratic structured environment. And permissive parenting is overindulgent, lenient, few rules, and low expectations, few or inconsistent boundaries. Friend parent avoids confrontation. And uninvolved, sorry,
Ma'am, sorry for
uninvolved
the disturbance. Yeah.
No, ma'am, you carry on, ma'am.
Yeah, uninvolved parenting comes under the absent, neglectful, uninterested, passive, little interaction, emotionally detached, self-absorbed, inconsistent, or no boundaries. Like when we go for the bedtime, we can give like 20 minutes time. I'll give you, you can complete your gaming or your works or your homeworks, whatever it is. Sorry for the disturbance. And whatever it is like that, it comes under authoritative parenting. And what comes under other examples for authoritarian, permissive, and uninvolved is like, I won't give you the time and all, you have to come to bed. That is a strict way of doing that, spoils the children, and never do that, right? And I personally suggest is that instead of using technology to automate processes, think about using technology to enhance human interaction. It was told by Tony Zambito. It's like when you have a human interaction between one another, like parent or a children or to your friend or anybody, when we have a human interaction, that will give you more enhanced to like how to say, we can able to solve all the problems without interacting the humans. We have a problem and we have it on our own, and then we tend to think, oh my god, that happened, this happened, I might have talked. So it's better and best way to interact with the humans, so that whatever the situation, whatever the problem, or whatever the thing you want, or the homework or the help you need, you, if you interact with the people in a right way, it will get communicated so happily. And communication is the best way for a parenting psychology, I suggest. And you can connect with me on LinkedIn, Gmail, Facebook, and Instagram, and Pinterest, right? Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Stop share.
Yes, ma'am. There is a no questions posted here, ma'am.
Okay.
I want in our side. I want to ask one questions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, what is the one important message that you give for young aspiring psychologists and mind here?
If you ask me, I would say as money management, because during COVID time, everyone have suffered during for money, and many lost their jobs and all. So I suggest is like, don't procrastinate and start investing in savings now. Even a penny or $100, if you start savings from now, and till your future or in between you have an emergency, anybody will get an emergency situation, and you don't need to depend on someone, or immediately if you ask they won't give, or some may help and some may not help. So never try to depend on someone, and be on your own self, and then starts your savings now. So that is my personal suggestion.
Ma'am, there is a questions over here, ma'am.
Yeah.
Why are the young parents are not able to cope with parenting plan, ma'am?
Because everyone is busy with their own schedule, right? Some are working women and some are non-working women. The working women are like so frustrated, they have to complete their target, or they have to report to their head, and also they get tend to lose their job, or they can tend to lose their intensity, and then they show their frustration to the child itself. So that is the main drawback, I feel. So it is not like work is different and family is different. Work is like you do that on that working time, and the remaining time you have to spend it in your with your family itself. So when you make up a timetable, I always have a timetable for that. So have a timing for that, time framing, write it down, and this much time I have for washing vessels, or washing, taking care of the baby, and this much time, 5 or 6 hours for my work. So separate it all the timing, making the timing patterns, and then you can take care of the family. So that is my personal suggestion.
Okay. Another one question.
Yeah.
Why children show tantrums to eat?
Yeah. Children is like, they always show the tantrum, right? We have to make them cope up in our way, and we have to make them listen in their way, going in their way, because they don't know to talk. Any babies don't know to talk immediately when they're born itself, right? So when we try to make ourselves like, okay, I have to make my own son or daughter in a better way, and I should not show my anger to the baby. So that makes sense, right? So always be nice to kids because they don't know anything. We have to teach them. So being nicer to them and show the love and affection. Even they hurt you also, no problem. Have the hurt, and people tend to cry, no issues. So, but take care of the kid. Never hurt the kid, okay? Because the kid tends to get aggressive when you hurt them. I personally have my own kids, so I know a little bit how it hurts, right?
Ma'am, then
Okay, thank
another
you,
thing.
ma'am. Yeah,
Yes.
so like we would love to hear more from you, and no, like the messages. No, we are getting so much of questions, but like due to time constraints, we have to wind up.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And we are getting so many appreciations, and we are so proud to say that Niveta ma'am, she is a part of 3G Advanced program. Okay, she joined as a participant like us. Now she and then she joined 3G Advanced program, and she is coming as a speaker. It's a proud moment for our 3G as well. So
Thank you.
thank you so much, ma'am. And Ritish, over to you for
Yes,
presenting
ma'am.
the certificate. Thank you.
Thank you for delivering a wonderful and lovely session. Once again, thank you so much for eye-opening session, ma'am. It was indeed and very insightful and informative. Thank you for sharing your valuable time and knowledge with us today. It's our privilege to have you here, ma'am. As a token of honor and love, we would like to present an e-certificate. I request our technical team to display the e-certificate over to you, technical team.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And I would like to thank my mentor, MC Tamararsan, MC Nandini Arvindan, and Irfana ma'am, and Shahid sir, and Dr. Maharaja Sivasubramanian sir. And without them mentoring me like this, and I would have not been presented here. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you,
Yes, ma'am.
team.
I hope you like our token of love. It will
Yeah,
be mailed to shortly after the conference. One again, thank you so much
sure.
for amazing session, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Guys, fill the feedback form. When the speaker ends the session, you can fill the form with the short. With that note, I would like to call upon my co-host MC Disha. Invite our next eminent speaker over to you, Disha.
Thank you, MC Litesh. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, and the today's guest of honor is Abhamaryada Banerjee. Abhamaryada Banerjee, a former lawyer, is India's first internationally acclaimed woman motivational speaker and the initiator of the personal development industry in India in 2009. She introduced mental strength coaching for Indian Olympians, and that got India's birds at the London Olympics and medal at the Commonwealth Games. She is the founder of Success India, a social impact intervention company launched with an aim to democratize personal developmental education and make it mainstream. The work revolves around optimizing human potential in and for change. She is also the founder of Asia Leaders Consortium, a non-linear think tank of leaders from across Asia. She is here with us today to talk about master the infinite mindset. I request you, ma'am, to take over the session from here.
Ma'am, we would request you to please unmute your audio. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, hi everybody, good afternoon. How was your day, everybody? Put that in the chat box, please. I'm so glad to be here. Can I say hi, good afternoon, hello? Hello, everybody. So nice to say hi to all of you. And I hope you had a great day. Hi, hello, hi, good afternoon to everybody. I can see the chat box running in front of me. So that's nice. It's a nice way to start the day. And let me start by saying that I'm going to speak for an hour. And this hour could be a transformational hour for all of us and all the participants over here. Okay, so anybody who thinks I'm speaking fast or my accent is not the same as all of you, please stop me and tell me to go slow. But all I want to tell you is that this hour could be a transformational hour for all of you. And in the chat box, I want you to please put together quickly what are you expecting from this 1 hour when I'm talking to you, because it is going to be transformational for me. It is going to be a change maker for me. It's going to be something that's going to blow my mind away for me, because I'll be talking to all of you, and it is going to be something that I'm going to take back with me. So you have to tell me in the chat box, what are you expecting for this from this hour? Okay, so quickly you can put that over there. Now let me start. Okay, we are going to be talking about something called mastering the infinite mindset. This is a psychology conference, and I'm sure there are a lot of very, very eminent people over here who have who are going to give you the technical details, who are going to give you the science behind psychology and the human mind. I am the person who says that, who lives that part every day. So I'm going to be giving you practical tools of how you can do that. So if you listen to me very carefully, please know I am no teacher, I'm no guru. My job and my expertise is to put together this wisdom that we all have, and to make it possible for all of you, to make it doable for all of you, to make it easy for all of us. And it's no quick fix. There are no quick fixes there. It is only about how best can we function with our minds, with our bodies, with our hearts, with our knowledge, with our understanding. So I'm going to give you a framework through which you can function. Okay, so it is an important part for you to please listen very carefully. If you have notepads, if you have something to make notes on, please make notes, because I am going to be speaking as well as sharing a presentation midway through that. Okay. When I say this, you people are going to be going back home with the same problems that you came with, but you may also be going back home with some solutions right now through this hour. So I'm very interested in knowing that people understood what I said and they are taking back something that is worth their time. So please be absolutely aware. Please be in a state of receiving. Please take what I say. Don't ask a lot of questions. Just think where it can apply to you, and then apply that to yourself. Now, when you're writing, as you write notes, whatever I say, just in your life, just make a note saying, okay, this is what applies to me in XYZ area. So do that. Okay. Now, here is the thing. We are living in times of so much possibility, but also extreme confusion. So society, the way society runs, we are literally moving backwards because of the ifs and buts of society. There are so many ifs and buts. None of us know whether we're doing the right thing. With a show of hands, how many people over here think they're doing the right thing? And how many times do we ask ourselves and question ourselves whether we are doing the right thing or not? So a lot of people, the way society lives, yes, somebody came up. We are not sure whether we are doing the right thing or not because of the ifs and buts of society. What happens then is that it leaves us in a space where we are continuously questioning ourselves, not able to do what we think is right for us. And we are playing a tangential role in society. We are on the corner, we are in the periphery. We are not in the midst of the game. We are not in the play field because we are asking so many questions to ourselves. Why are we asking questions? Because we believe we do not know whether we are doing the right thing or wrong. So we're going to decide what is the right thing. Okay. We're going to decide what is the right thing for all of us. Who tells you that except yourself? Who tells you that? Except yourself. And we listen to everybody except ourselves. Don't we do that? Yeah. And we listen to everybody. We are told by so many people what is the right thing to do. Advice is okay, feedback is okay, everything is okay. But ultimately, we take the call of what is right and not so right for us, because it has to apply to us. It has to apply to my personality. It has to apply to my strengths. It has to apply to who I am as a person and what I can do, where I'm going. And we keep stopping ourselves. And that's what we are going to do today. We have to stop stopping ourselves. Yes, certain things are thrust upon us. That's why we are doing this session today. We got to stop stopping ourselves and understand which framework to work in. So even if we do things our way, even if we make mistakes, we know for a fact that this was the right thing to do and it is adding something to us. And why I say that, because the kind of massive changes we are seeing around us, our abilities come under question every time. Our abilities are continuously on this question mark, whether or not can I not, should I not, will I be able to do it or not, and will it look good, will it be right, will it be wrong? So we need to answer those questions today. Okay. uh, Immense possibilities today, immense uncertainty as well. Somebody said uncertainty, I was coming up with that word. Immense possibility as well as immense uncertainty, because there's not enough knowledge around how to function in the space of uncertainty. Okay, outside of you will always be uncertain, but inside of you can become certain. If you can make a note of that, that inside of you can be certain, because you know what is inside of you. So if you were to deal with uncertainty with the certainty that exists within you, how do you think things are going to change or function for you? It will be a huge difference to the way you ever do anything at all. Now, in this set of participants who are listening to me today, there may be the next generation of top performers. There may be geniuses. There may be mavericks. There may be dynamos. There may be the future Mark Zuckerbergs. There may be the future Jeff Bezos. There may be a future Prime Minister Modi here in the group. How do we know? We know there's an answer there. Let me take you to my screen and show you my first slide. How do we know? Can you? Yeah.
We can, yes, ma'am, we can see the screen.
You can see. Okay. Now
We are on functionality slide.
Not functionality. We have to go. We've gone right. Once.
Ma'am, you can scroll up. Yeah,
Okay,
3G International
okay.
Psychology.
Got it. Okay, here we are. Okay, so like I said, in this participant group, I'm sure there are some people who are going to be the future visionaries of the country. There are people who are going to be high achievers. There are people who are going to be the high performance individuals. There are people who are going to be, the smart people, the heroes of society. But how do we know who's a hero? There is a way society or the workplace or the businesses check on people. And that check is, please read the screen, that there is actually a shortage of people who can get things done. So if you can just make a note of that, ask yourself, can you get things done? Ask yourself that question. Can you get things done? So there is a shortage of people in this world who can get things done without causing a problem, without excuses, without grumbling. So there is so much to do. Like it says on the screen, there's so much to do, and a lot of people have no idea how to do that. And that is the biggest problem. So if you are a person who can get things done, give yourself a tick mark, a green tick mark on your sheet of paper that you have passed the first test of functionality. Can you get things done? And if the answer is yes, put that in the chat box and tell yourself, give a pat on your back, because the answer lies in you and how well you function. So when I say functionality, what does it really mean? We're going to come to that. And this question I'm asking for the third time, everybody put that in the chat box. Can you get things done? Are you resourceful enough mentally, emotionally, as a personality, as a person, with your state of knowledge, with the way you do things, with your drive, with your sense of achievement, with your vocabulary, with your intelligence? Are you functional enough and optimally functional enough to get things done without causing trouble? So this is the first question. So yeah, please, thank you very much for all of the people who are responding just now. This is the question you got to start yourself with. Are you functional enough? Somebody said, Kalpana Gupta says, yes, functional, but not optimal. Kalpana, we are coming to that. So I'm going to start with functionality so you can ask the right questions to yourself. Are you functional enough to get things going for you? Can you get things moving? Can you get things done? The world needs such people. We are in the place where this is part of your mindset. Are you of the mindset which can get things done? How about this group become the set of people who can cheerfully accept challenges. How many of you can accept challenges? Yeah, I mean, thank you for those answers, because you're going to put that there and ask yourself this question, because this is going to lead you to your success or failure, right? So in this group, if this group was the kind who said, okay, I am going to be taking on any kind of challenge, I can get into a challenge and turn it around. How many of us can say that? I can take the initiative and get things moving, right? So there are people who are working on it. There are people who say yes. There are people who say somewhat, and that's how truthful we have to. There's somebody said, Garbita, you said depends. That's unfortunately, I'm sorry, but that's not a very good answer here, because you need to. There is no depends. Either it is there or it is not there. So if you can, you cannot. This is the self-talk that you give to yourself. Triparna, you say challenges become wearisome. That's their job, because the challenges are supposed to build your endurance. They're supposed to build your mind. When you get weary, you rest, you get up again, and then you again start doing it. And then ultimately, the if you've already worked on a challenge and it doesn't succeed in the first go, you have done nothing. You just spent your time and come back home. So you need to move across and move to the other side of the challenge, and you will get weary on the way. You will get tired on the way. You may fail on the way. We're going to come to that also later. So this is what it is. Can you get things moving? Can you take on challenges? Can you take the initiative? Are you the kind of person who can get things moving? Yeah, there's fun in doing a challenge. Once you get the idea why challenges are important, because winning over a challenge is gives you a sense of infinity, that you had the capacity in your mind to broaden yourself to face a challenge which you had no clue about earlier. So what happens? You have worked here, you work from your heart, you work from your knowledge, you work from your intelligence, and you actually move forward. So this is a growth point when you can move forward from a challenge and use all of you. So you have to utilize and leverage every part of you. And that is about the infinite mindset. Okay. Now, like I said, it needs a lot of mental power. Yes, Tanya, that's the idea, because it is about your own confidence. Your self-esteem depends upon it. Your confidence depends upon it. Your happiness depends upon it. A lot of stuff depends upon it. So if we stay stuck in a challenge and we give up on the way and say, my God, this is not something I can handle, then what happens? Your self-esteem, confidence, everything goes down. Your happiness levels go down. Your sadness levels become higher. And then it percolates into every other area of your life. So we need to know when there are challenges. And when I say get things moving, get things done, nip it in the bud. Take on the challenge, kill it. Kill it on the way, get there and kill it. Don't let a challenge stand in your way, because that challenge will stand in the way of your growth. And therefore, you need an infinite mindset that the options should never come to an end. When you say, I can take on a challenge, the options that you can come up with should never come to an end. You can come up with something and then get the challenge going, get moving. Momentum is very important. You cannot stop the momentum of life, and that is the key sign of an infinite mindset. You see a lot of people have got their first career, they are there for the last 20-30 years, and they're fine with that. A lot of people are fine with that, and if they are fine, there's nothing you can do about it. But I don't want that to happen to this group. There is a Triparna Banerjee, ma'am, does demoralization and innovate one's ability to take on challenges whole? Yes, Triparna, that's what I'm trying to say. If you allow a challenge to stay for a longer time, and if you fail, for example, you're not able to solve it, you are now telling yourself that I am incapable. My abilities are not good enough. And that is going to affect all of you, your confidence, your self-esteem, and everything else that you do. And that kind of demoralization should be stopped. You can get sad. When we fail, we are supposed to feel bad. Okay, but you still have to move forward. So I use the word momentum. Please note that word down, momentum. Do not let any challenge stop your momentum on the way. So Saida says that she's not satisfied without it. Yeah, Saida, stagnation is is part of a very, very finite or fixed mindset, because you're not moving forward. As you move forward, challenges will come. You will continue to fight them. You will continue to get better as a person. It is a very, very important part of life in general and for success in general. Okay, so we move to the next slide. Somebody asked, Triparna, who just asked me about demoralization. Let me take you to the next slide. Uh, just one second. Oh, I've gone backwards. Sorry.
Ma'am, you can click on escape, ma'am, and you can
Yeah,
go
yeah,
to.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I have somebody helping me here. Just give me 1 second.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, yeah. It's coming. So next.
Yeah. Ma'am, we are on living your potential is the
Yeah,
only
yeah,
way.
yeah. Why am I okay? There's something on the side of the screen, so I'm not able to see what's okay. Never mind. Living your potential is the only way to joy. Okay, so Triparna, this is to answer your question just now, where you mentioned demoralization. A word called stagnation came up. Somebody said depends. We are living to be joyous, right? Do you agree? We want to be joyful. We want to be happy. We want to be succeeding. We want to spread happiness. We want to be, in our zone where we can spread this kind of positive feeling, optimism in life with other people. But if you are not joyous yourself, on what basis do you think that you can spread this joy to other people? You need to be joyous yourself first. Very important part of your life. This should become your personal motto, that you have to continue to be happy, and you have to be able to understand that it depends on you. You are the person who's responsible for your happiness. So if challenges come and you fail, you're obviously going to be unhappy, and then that's going to filter into everything else. Okay, that drops into every other area of your life, into people's lives around you, into the work that you do, in the way you speak, in the way you stand. And therefore your motto in life should be that I have to be joyous, I have to be happy, I have, because that will allow your mindset to grow as well as expand. It will become easier. The less difficult it is for you, the faster your mindset can increase. So what brings you the most joy is living your potential. Now, in the chat box, when I say living your potential, what do people understand by that? What do people think? What does it mean? Because no, we all talk about potential. I want to live my potential. What does it really mean to anybody at all? So on the slide, if you see, there are three things, basic things. If we were to ask these questions to ourselves, our life revolves around these three things. So three things that are necessary for a human being to live like they think, I'm joyous, I'm happy, I'm all right. Even all right is supposed to be happy for some people, but I'm saying you can go 10 notches higher if you were living your potential, because the joy of applying yourself every time, winning every time, succeeding every time, using different parts of your potential. Sometimes it's your speech that wins, sometimes it's your thought that wins, sometimes it's your performance that wins. It's so many different things that you can bring to the table. And are you willing to put that potential out in front of the world? Because that's what is the primarily the thing that gives you joy, and makes you feel fulfilled, makes you feel happy. There is no stagnation. Keep growing. Even through challenges, you have to keep growing, keep moving, keep the momentum on. So you will still be happy. You may have the biggest failure of your life, but inside yourself, you know that you have lived your potential, and you still have the potential to still beat a challenge. So, three things that all human beings always almost think about: what they believe in, what they desire, and to know what they have to do about it. This is where our life revolves. It's a triangle: your beliefs, your desires, and what can you do around it. So, you need to ask yourself that question. Start digging deep. Ask yourself in your notebooks as I talk, when I'm talking to you on this slide, please keep making one or two, 3 points, notes. Ask yourself, why are you the way you are, and why do you do what you do? So this first part I'm just doing so that you can bring yourself into what we are coming into next when I tell you the framework. So where do you stand, where you are, why you do what you do, are you happy, are you sad, are you joyous, are you able to live your potential, are you the kind of person who can get things done, are you the kind of person who can take on challenges, can you solve issues? This is what life is all about. Real life is all about this. But what are we told? Real life is all about being a good kid and then being a good girl or boy and then being a good girl or boy in school and then being a good girl or boy in college and then being a good husband and wife and then being a good parent and then doing a good job. Now, that's a very wide definition. How do we define good? That is the important part. So, joy comes from living your potential. So, we're going to touch upon this potential now. When I move to, let me go to the chat box and see living by using. Yeah. All of this. What if we don't get what we want after struggling like the job, then want 42 Sri Shaurya, I think. Yes, Sri, the struggle in life is real. That is exactly what we are talking about today. That once we have an infinite mindset, are you in a position to move forward from the struggle? Are you in a position to look for a different way to do the same thing? Are you in a position mentally to define your potential in a different way so that you don't struggle at it, but reframe it in such a way that becomes a learning lesson? So there are various ways to look at life in general. It takes a lot of work because first 25 years of our life we measure our success with good grades, only to realize that the real value was in learning to learn or maybe develop critical thinking that we don't have because we have this linear thinking, which is developing a good mark sheet and going to a good college. We did not develop critical thinking. We need to be critical of our own thinking first before we can talk about anything else. And those are the things we did not do in school. So we did not learn to learn. We learned something, then we applied it in the exams, then we could not apply it in our life. And then what happened? And we realized, oh God, we spent 25 years. And then the next set of 25 years, what happened? We measure success by how much money we make, what job we have, only to realize that we were supposed to spend time with ourselves to grow our potential and to be with people we love. Because after those 25 years of all the fights that we have, we come back to the same place where we are talking today. It's about you. So caring about you, thinking about you, building yourself up is definitely not a selfish thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. 20 to 30% of your life, and I actually spend 50% of my life that way. 50% of your life should be spent on developing yourself. You got to keep moving. You as a person needs to grow. Your mind needs to grow. Your heart needs to grow. How does that happen? Let's come to that. And this is where your quality of life will come in. How many of you have heard the word quality of life? And we measure it with what? Our cars, our money, the kind of things we can possess. My possessions, the house, the kind of house I live in. That is quality of life in general terms. Authentic happiness, yes. Dr. Pratibha, fantastic answer there. It is very, very important to understand that the quality of your life depends upon the quality of your thought. Your life and the quality depends upon your ability to flow well with what is happening around you. Flow well. Do you understand? Flow well. Flow well. So you have to flow well with what is happening around you. It could be a challenge. It could be a celebration. It could be a failure. It could be a mistake. Next slide is up here. It could be a sad day. It could be a happy day. It could be, fighting with somebody. It could be working on a very, very big project. It could be about money. It could be about relationships. Are you equipped in your mind to flow well with everything that happens around you? Are you? This is called self-efficacy. Okay, I'm going to leave that presentation there, but you can make a note of that as well. It's an important part of what we are talking. One's sense of self-efficacy can play a major role in life and how one approaches their goals, their tasks, their challenges. And what does that mean in simple terms? It is my ability, your ability in one's thoughts, in one's belief, and in one's individual ability to succeed in specific situations or in accomplishing a task. If I asked you, if you knew you'll be able to do it well, what would be your body language? How happy would you be? If you were in a position to do it, you knew you can do it very well. When a challenge comes, we get confused. When something comes, we don't know, we hesitate, we get nervous. But if you knew you could do this, are you in a position to feel good about yourself? So are you self-efficacy driven person who is built in thought and mind to a point that they know about their ability to succeed at everything? At this point, I'd like you to make a note of saying that now when I move, I will be so self aware that I'll try to succeed at everything. This is not the success of the outside world. This is not all the money and the fame that I'm talking about. I'm talking about your personal levels of success in your mind. So, for example, you're doing something and saying, "Okay, I want to sit like a CEO. I'm trying to be a CEO, so let me practice being a CEO." So you can actually sit down and practice being a CEO and knowing for yourself that, yes, I can. In my mind, if I can imagine, I can probably bring it to my life. Let me try to succeed. So the smallest thing, if you're even making a cup of tea in your house, in your kitchen, okay, and just look at it and say, "Okay, I'm going to make a good cup of tea." Okay. And if you say, "All right, I have to sit with my family, make a meal for them," I'm going to make a good meal. You're going to go out with a friend, celebrate something, do something. You have to do something. You're going to go out to a party. You want to dress well. Say, "Okay, I'm going to be well dressed. This is the best that I'm going to put forward for myself today, not for anybody else, for me." So when you start putting your best foot forward, the self-efficacy element comes in and you start flowing well with what is happening around you. So what is happening around you is part of your environment. And therefore, if you are in a position to flow well with that, that becomes your most powerful and most tool in your own mind to play in your life, and it will help you fight any challenge, any goal, any task, because you would be conditioning your mind in a certain way. That means that each time then you go into a challenge or any issue, new spaces, you know for a fact your body and you will function at your best. Put your best foot forward. That is the important part. You have to cause it. uh, then we then we come to the next slide. I want to you to take a look at this one. This is, you've heard this about uh, heard this word called abracadabra. Okay, you heard of abracadabra, magic word. This is actually Aramaic phrase called abracadabra. It's an Arabic thing. Abracadabra, which literally means I will create as I speak. Okay, I will create as I speak. So one of the things that we want to do is to speak good stuff, right? So you can create a highest and grandest vision for yourself, because that is what you're going to become. So as you see this, please know, ask yourself, are you speaking the right language to yourself? Now, how many of us watch movies over here? So just say yes to me. Movies, we all watch movies. We watch movies. Yeah, I have also made movies. So I'll tell you what it is about, why I'm using movie metaphor. I'm using a movie metaphor. So it's a very startling similarity to our lives. Movies, we just go and see, oh, it is entertainment. No, no, no. It is a very, very important metaphor that you can use in your own life. So let me show you how a movie is made. It has a startling similarity to our life, because movies are usually about somebody's life. Some events are put in, some situations are brought in, a storyline is created, and there are some turning points in life, and it is a journey that one travels, and we spend $500 to watch that journey on a screen. Do we all do that? Right? Yeah, animated movies, even though they are made in the same way. So we always have a theme, we have a storyline, we have a protagonist, we have a hero, we have a heroine, we have some incidents, we have some turning points, we have some failures, and in the end, we reach a certain point. We reach a certain point to say, yeah, this is what it was all about. Do you think life is like that? When you are the hero or the heroine of the film, this movie, this always, it starts with a person being a certain way. Always the movie starts with an introduction, and then it goes through all these incidents that have been created through the storyline and turns out to be a winner in the end. Usually, the hero is the winner. And our lives are like that film too. We are the hero, and some incidents, wherever we are born, some incidents happen. There is a storyline because we go to this school, we have this friend, something happens in our area, and then we come out of it, and so on and so forth. And my question to everybody: what if you were one such character? What if your life was a film? Would your film be an Oscar winning film? You have the occasion today to make your life an Oscar winning film. When I started Success India, in my introduction, they say I'm the founder of Success India. Success India started the human potential. Yeah, somebody said, haha, I know, because I'm coming to that. Mine was haha too. Not at all. I was a failure, because I was a lawyer before I went to became a human potential ambassador for the country. I wanted to do this, but when I practiced law, and I had to quit for to re-educate myself, and leaving law, everybody called me a fool. Everybody said you're an idiot. Why are you leaving something so lucrative for something that has not happened in the country, and God knows whether or not you will succeed, etc., etc. And I actually felt like I was making a mistake. I cried and I howled and I talked to so many people, and everybody said I'm making a mistake. But in my heart, somewhere I knew that I needed to do this. And I studied for almost 9 years before I launched Success India in the country, which launched the human potential industry in the country, and because of which I'm talking to you people today, which has succeeded beyond my own imagination. And it turned out to be a great film because I then had to treat it like one more incident and a turning point in my life. But then I knew that in my mind, I got to make my life an Oscar winning film. So this is how we have to start thinking about our lives. It's a one lifetime. It is just one lifetime. You can't be confused. You can't be thinking of hundreds of things to do, not to do, and then stop. Don't stop. You have to make your life worth it, not for anybody, for yourself, maybe for your family, maybe for your parents, maybe for your children, maybe for your girlfriend, boyfriend, maybe for your wife, husband, whoever, maybe for your children. But this is something very powerful. So never make a choice when life is moving forward. You tell me, what is more important, your leg or your arm? Would you want to do what society says, or would you want to do what you want, your heart says? So what happens is that we just keep choosing between the two. We have to live in this society, but we are the ones who build this society. So the more people who come out and who are able to make an impact on society, the better the society becomes. So let not society tell you what needs to be done. Know that it's your play field, and we got to navigate there, but make your life an Oscar winning film. Rewrite the script wherever you are in your life. Rewrite your script. Keep the Oscar winning moments from the past and make it something very, very powerful. I have I always tell when you make a film, you know, it's a process. So anybody over here has made a film. Anybody knows how to make a film. So what happens is that this idea is conveyed to the audience. It starts with an idea. It is conveyed to an audience through creation of characters. Everything is actually fictional, maybe inspired. Characters are there, scenes are there, dialogues are there. They will use lighting, they will use music, they will use background music, they'll use background, they'll use color, and so many other things are used. And what are these things? These are things that are the resources that the filmmaker has with them. The filmmaker will literally manipulate your mind into showing sadness. Even the blink of the eye is used, a smile is used, light is used, everything is used. These are the resources that a filmmaker uses. So I want to ask you, are you using the resources that you have in your life at all? Do you know what these resources are? Now we've come to the interesting part of the presentation here. Let me take you to the screen now. So you see the movie metaphor is on the screen. You understood the movie metaphor? You need your life to be an Oscar winning film. You are writing your film. You can rewrite the script anytime. You can manipulate, if not manipulate, figure out a combination of the resources that you want to use. So you are in the driver's seat. The question is, what are these resources? So you have to engage with the resources available to you. And when I said mindset, and I started in the beginning, the biggest resource that is available to you is your mindset. So I'm going to give you a quick this thing to say. We will take a minute. The screen says 3 minutes, but a minute. Whatever comes to your mind, where your life is and where you want it to go in 1 or 2 sentences, not more than that. Okay, you just write down where you are and where you want to be. So what your movie is going to look like, maybe a tagline, maybe a little description, but don't take more than a minute and tell me in the chat box. And that keep that note for yourself too. Whatever comes up, without stopping, write, because from your writing, energy flows from what's running in your head. So it's a very important part of understanding that whenever something comes, keep writing, please. So it's an important part of learning how to run your mind and your mindset. The moment you write, your mindset will come onto the piece of paper. So you have to be able to know what's running in your head, where your life is. Is your life an Oscar winning movie? Can you make it an Oscar winning film? Is it possible for you? Do you have the resources? What are the resources? Okay. So I'm going to take you now to the next part. Now, this is a very important slide, and one always has to understand that this has to become part of your mindset, whether or not you agree with me. You can disagree with me, it's all right, but you will have to understand this and make it part of your life and make it part of your mindset, make it a part of your conduct, make it a part of the way you live, because this is from the Bhagavad Gita. I'm not talking about it, Krishan ji has talked about it. Okay, so this is coming from Bhagavad Gita, not from me. So this success principle becomes a part of your mindset. Very, very interesting way to look at life, which will lead you to be happier and to be able to interpret life in a new way altogether. So the first part is that nothing thrives or survives in its original form. Whenever we do something, that's why somebody said stagnation, somebody said demoralization. These are the right words. This is the way we react to something when it doesn't look like the way we thought it would. So nothing thrives or survives in its original form. We need to understand that. Even the words I'm speaking, it may not survive or thrive in the way I am talking. You will receive it in your own way. While I'm talking, your mind is functioning at this point of time, interpreting what I'm saying in the manner that it works for you. So my original will not remain an original by the time it gets to you. So once you know that, all situations, if you see, you start out saying, I'm going to do this, I'm going to come first in my class, but you don't. And you know what happens then? You are very sad because you decided on a particular version of things. You say, my drawing is going to look like this. Today I'm going to look like this. And it doesn't happen. It evolves. Why it doesn't stay in the original form? Because everything evolves. And if we understand this process of evolution, when people who have gone through challenges, people who have dealt with things, they will realize that it did not thrive in the original form. Something else came up. And we don't accept that something else as part of our life because we want to believe that we did something right or wrong. So we want to slot things. Don't slot anything. Allow things to evolve. Know that it may not be occurring in its original form, and that's okay. Second thing, success or achievement does not travel in a straight line. Most of the times when you will sit in sessions like this, things look very possible and things look very quick because I have done it. So of course, it's a possibility for everybody. And that is why I'm talking to you. It is a possibility for you, but there'll always be a process. It's not a straight line. It goes through many ups and downs and many roundabout ways. And once we understand that, we will not give up because we give up on the way. 99%, I know people who have gone up till 99% and did not see things coming up because it was such a confusing way of leading to your success. Sometimes it was mistakes, sometimes it was failure, sometimes it was what the world will say, sometimes it was your own inability to cope with what came up, sometimes it was the challenges, and people give up on the way. When you know it is not a straight line, you will not give up. Do not give up. Okay. Then the third part, right action is the key to all success and achievement. How do we know what is right action? Once you know right action, I just said, put your best foot forward. Even if you make a cup of chai, make sure that your mind is conditioned to a point which says, I am going to make a great cup of chai. So if today you make a cup of chai, it comes out in a certain form. Tomorrow is a new day and you can still innovate on the chai. So today it could be plain chai. Tomorrow it could be, what do you call, what is that? Ginger chai. Next day it could be dalchini chai. Next day it could be something else. The next day it could be served in a different way. Next day it could be totally different and done in a way which, bring it from the south and come bring it to the north. Who stops you? Nobody stops you to be your best. So remember that you have to take right action, and we have to understand what this right action means. Right action in every circumstance, like I told you earlier, is a combination of resources. We just talked about the movies. What does the filmmaker do? It uses all the resources at his disposal to create a narration, a version of what he's trying to convey to the audience. And that is what we need to do with our resources. So, my spoken word, my awareness, my intelligence, my education, my smarts, my vocabulary, my thought processes, my mindset, my drive, all of them are my resources in some form or the other. And I have to choose the best variation of my key resources. So this success principles, this slide, please take a screenshot until you get it. Take a screenshot. This is the most important part of life, and to create a mindset that you have to follow for the rest of your life if you want to become a person of absolute success, and not the worldly success, inside success. Because see, we are living not in a this is a three-dimensional world. So there is right now 4D and 5D also. People are trying to access that. But I believe this is a 10-dimensional world, and we do not come with an instruction manual. So we got to lead ourselves through this path in a very, very powerful way. So the only way to do that is to know that you want to succeed in your resources. You want to come back home and say, I did a good job. You want to come back home and say, I could fight that challenge. You have to come back home and say, I was my best. This is very, very important. Now, okay. I want to tell you a personal story. Now, when I say resources, what are your resources? I'll show you. Please note 3 words. These are called circumstance, chance, and choice. Circumstance, chance, and choice. So I am going to give you a personal story. And this is when I was just 15 years old. And because you're seeing me on the screen, you do not know how tall I am. I'm only 5 feet nothing. Okay. As a 5 feet nothing person, I could not get a place in my school basketball team. And I was very unhappy because I used to play very well, but because of my height, I could not get into the team. And that left me very, very sad most of the time. But my teacher knew that I was a good player. So I would always go up to them and ask them, sir, can you have me on the team, etc., etc. And the teacher would say, no, not possible because of this and that. So the girls, minimum 5 feet 6 inches was the requirement. Anyway, as luck would have it, one of these days there's an inter-school match going on in the school. There are about 200 odd people around the court. And at that point of time, I think one member of the team did not come or something happened. And I was put into the extras. And I was sitting on the side bench cheering for my team. This incident I remember so distinctly because it changed my life completely. Probably when you hear it, you might remember your own incidents and remember the life-changing incidents that you're not following in your life. So I was sitting on this extras chair and imagining, like we all imagine when we watch television and we watch Sachin Tendulkar playing, we all sitting from outside keep telling him how he should play. You know, we say he should have shot this. This could have been a better strike. Oh my God, we are shouting and we are all excited and animated. And just like that, I was sitting outside on that bench and thinking to myself, uh, what if I was on the field? And if I was, I would have done it differently. This is the thought that's running in my head. But I'm an extra. I know I'm not going to get on the field. It's just to fill the gap or the number. And in the mind, I'm also thinking that once this match is over, all of us used to get refreshments from the canteen. So it used to be samosa and Fanta and all those things. So that's also running in my head while I'm sitting and doing that over there. Suddenly, what happens is that this person, the captain of my team, falls and hurts her knee. Her knee is bleeding, and my coach quickly tells me to come inside the court. So they just signal to me, "You move in." Now, this is the first ever time in my life that I have ever I was ever on a basketball match. We played basketball, but ever on a basketball match. Now, this is the time when we were what do you call it? It's a 30 all match. 3 minutes left to time up, and only one basket is needed. I get in at that point of time. 30 all, 3 minutes left, and I am standing in the court. So my extra mindset, the mindset of an extra is that you pass the ball to the next best person. We are not supposed to play. We are just filling in the gap. Okay. So I go in with the same mindset that I just have to fill the gap. They call me inside, pick the ball, give it to the person who's the good person, who's the key player, main player, and keep doing that for the next 3 minutes. And this is what I was trying to do until the ball actually got out of the court. And this is around the center line and just right in front of me. So I got to throw the ball back into the court. Now, 2.5 minutes are left. Now, this is not 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes are left. And we are standing there. And I'm looking at all these girls and tall girls. I'm short. And I'm trying to see who to throw the ball to. So, like, in a match, what happens? Everybody is shouting, throw the ball, give it to me, and jaldi karo, etc., etc. So I'm standing there absolutely confused. These huge girls are standing right in front of my face, and I'm almost intimidated by the way they are uh, aggressively pursuing the ball. Now I stand there and think, and suddenly my mind says, I just have to take one basket. We need one basket to win. And I'm standing on the center line. So I thought to myself, what if I actually made that basket look like an absolute impossibility? Look like an absolute impossibility, because it usually doesn't even happen in international matches. But it just came to my mind at that point of time that what if I made that one basket and then we are going to win? Because if I throw the ball back into the court, 3 minutes are going to go by, 2.5 minutes are going to go by in half a second. And then it is going to go into a penalty shootout, which is an easier part of the match. So at the spur of the moment, I decided to move out of the mindset of an extra and move into the mindset of the player, of a key player. I said, now that I'm on the court, I am a key player. So I do not have to function as an extra. So let's see what we can do. So suddenly I'm like trying to figure, can I do this? And everybody is shouting. And I realize I turn 45 degrees towards my basket, and I see it is about 70 feet diagonal that I was supposed to shoot, which is like that, like the height and everything that you measure. And suddenly in my mind, I can measure that. All that kinetic and potential energy comes into my mind. I wasn't even a science student. I've read it somewhere. But at that moment, I knew I got to get out of the mindset of that extra and come into the mindset of a player. And that is when the infinite mindset part in my life began. And I turned 45 degrees and everybody is shouting. And my coach is looking at my face and says, what are you trying to do? And usually, if you know matches, we can't talk, there's too much noise. So people talk with sign language, and coaches will tell you, watch me. So I did this to him, sir, watch me. What am I going to do? So, and suddenly, like, they're all sort of by the side of my eye, I can see they all did this, like, okay, what is coming up now? But now this was the point. I moved out from the mindset of an extra into the mindset of a player. I shot the ball and I got that basket. I have no idea how that happened. I am not taking credit for it, But I know that at that particular moment, I realized that I do not have to stay restricted in the mindset that I've been asked to stay in. So I gave you three words earlier, three words, the three unconscious principles that run in societies, that is circumstance, chance, and choice. So this was a very dismal circumstance. We are living in a circumstance. We're always blaming our circumstance. Okay, we have so many choices. We don't make those choices. We keep thinking whether or not I should make. So we had a choice. And then sometimes it happens, it's so bad. Take those chances. Don't allow yourself to be in a space or in a mindset which is finite, which stops you. Try to move out of it. Try to move out of it. So think about what do you call food court. A food court, if you go to a food court, there's so many
Ma'am, sorry to
stalls.
interrupt.
Yes.
Ma'am, we could wind up within a couple of minutes so that you can take one or two
Yeah, I'm
questions.
just giving you the last story. Yeah, just
Okay,
giving you
thank
the
you,
last
ma'am.
story. Okay, so life is like that massive food court because so many cafes, restaurants to choose from. Each cafe has so many things to offer, right? So gives us so many choices. We are supposed to choose, but once we choose, we are, yeah, chak de, think of chak de, yeah, 70 minutes. So we have to make use of every minute. So we are supposed to choose, and after we have made the choice, we pay the price. And once you pay the price is the only time you can eat. So you please know, each time you're making a choice, you are affecting your life. And therefore, before you make that choice, that mindset has to come in, that you have to understand your resources. You have to do it right. You have to figure out how to do it right. Understand yourself very well, because this is what is very important in life. Answer three questions for yourself. Whenever you do something, what do you want to experience out of it? Do you want to grow out of this? Can you contribute something? These are the three questions, basic questions that you ask yourself. Everything becomes a powerful, empowering experience. So we are living in a world where it's all about knowledge. If you can't do that, I don't think it is going to be a good idea. Let's all develop an infinite mindset so that we can become better people, become more contributive people, become smarter people. There is a tribe called Navajo, last bit. It teaches their children every morning when the sun comes up. They tell them it's a brand new sun, okay? And it is born every morning. It lives for one day and then it dies. There's a tribe which talks to their children like that. So I like that story because as soon as the children are able to understand, they grow up, are old enough to understand, the adults then take them out at the dawn. And then they say that, see, the sun only had one day. Sun, we see every day, so we think sun is coming out every day. The sun only has one day. You have to live this day in a good way so that the sun will not have wasted its time. It's not us, it's the sun who would have wasted its time if we did not use that one day. So acknowledging the preciousness of each day is a good way to live, a good way to reconnect with our basic joy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and
You're very
gracing
welcome.
the occasion with your deep, enlightening speech, ma'am. We thoroughly enjoyed your talk. It was highly informative. As a token of love and appreciation, I would like to present e-certificate for you. I request technical team to display.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now I request my co-host MC Anjali to invite our next speaker.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for inviting our request and coming. So we are really honored
Thank
with
you.
your presence.
Thank you.
Presence,
Thank you
ma'am.
very much. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And
If there's any feedback, please send it to me on email.
Sure,
I
ma'am. Sure,
can, I
ma'am. We
can
will do
read
that.
some questions here. I don't think we have time for that, right?
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker is waiting. Shall
All
we
right.
mail that to you, ma'am? Is
Yes,
that okay?
please mail that. Mail that to me. I'll be happy to answer that.
Okay, thank you so
All
much,
right.
ma'am.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm signing off. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So if you enjoy the session, please do fill the feedback forms, guys. So if you if you enjoy the session, if the speaker sounded good, and if it added any value to your life, so please fill the feedback forms. I hope you all enjoyed the session, and please do go and apply for World Book of Record certificate. So we are giving our World Book of Record certificate for the first 700 participants, and there is a giveaway. So if you want the giveaway, all you have to do is go to our official Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology, and tag 5 of your friends right now. So you'll be getting 1,000 rupees Amazon voucher, 50 free books, and a premium Canva account. So please go to our official Instagram page and tag 5 of your friends. And don't forget to tag our leaders. I request my technical team to please post the leaders connect so that they can connect with us. And if you have any queries also, you can ask us. So thank you all. And without much further ado, let's move to the next speaker. And to invite the next speaker, I invite my beautiful co-host, MC Lahari. Over to you, Lahari.
Thank you, MC Anjali. Next up, we have Sobi Johnson with us to talk about emotional intelligence. Sobi Johnson is a counseling psychologist and career counselor who helps adolescents to make informed decisions about the future. She is a dedicated professional who helps young adults waiting to embark on the adventure into the world to choose a career path that matches their ambition, passion, and vision. Sobi is passionate about children. As a teacher and a counselor, she empowers her vision. Sobi is passionate about children as a teacher and counselor and helps them to find the right career. Introduction: years of enlightening experience in the education sector. Sobi's Vision 15. Each individual has a purpose in life and the potential to fulfill the purpose. With the right guidance and mentoring, everyone can make a mark. Sahi Kadam, an online counseling center founded by Sobi Johnson, offers services to parents and students to make informed career decisions made based on their aptitude, potential, and passion. Sobi has 15 years of experience teaching and mentoring secondary and senior secondary school students. Years of experience in teaching and mentoring inspired her to create a vision for the young adults and students. Over to you, ma'am. Can you please take over?
Yes, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you, Lahari, for that beautiful introduction. Okay, today's my topic is emotional intelligence in everyday life. So let me share my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible.
So,
Yes,
can you see?
Yes, ma'am. We are on the emotional intelligence first slide.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, you see two things here: brain and heart. Okay. So, what is emotional intelligence? Is the interaction between your brain and heart. Your brain represents your rational thinking. Okay, there is means you rationally, logical thinking, and the heart symbolizes the emotions. So emotional intelligence is the tie-up between heart and brain. Okay. Before coming into the topic, I would like to speak about. I would like to share a story. The story is from Panchatantra. You all may have heard the story of crocodile and monkey, isn't it? Here, what is happening? I will just refresh it, just rewind it for you all. So what is happening here is, yeah, I can see your chat box. Yeah, everybody has heard the story. The monkey was living on the tree, that is a rose apple tree, and he makes friends with the crocodile, and they both have deep friendship, and the monkey always takes monkey used to give fruits for his wife also. And while the friendship was flourishing, this the wife of this crocodile got a bit envious, and she wanted because crocodile, the husband crocodile, used to spend a lot of time with monkey. She got envious, and she just wanted to get rid of this monkey, and she started nagging her husband that you should bring him, and I want his heart, and she tried every manner. Okay, and one day the crocodile couldn't stand all these things, and one day he agreed, and one day he came and said to monkey that, dear monkey, my wife wants to invite you for a lunch, can you come with me? So monkey agreed, and but monkey said that no, I can't swim. So the crocodile said, no problem, I'll take you on my back. And they were going. And this crocodile was having a lot of guilt feeling. Because he knew what he is going to do. That he knew that what his wife wants. On the way out of this, because he was very overwhelmed by the feeling of guilt, he confessed that actually my wife wants your heart. So monkey said, you should have told me earlier. I have kept my heart on the tree. So what should we do now? So the crocodile said, no problem, we can go back. And when they came back, the uh, monkey climbed to the tree and said, here, friend, uh, you should have thought a bit. This is the end of our friendship. You know, you should have thought that without a heart, how could uh, a person live? So this is a beautiful story from uh, Panchatantra. So can you relate? Why did I said this story to you? Where is emotional intelligence here? Yes, where is emotional intelligence here? Hello? Yes, monkey had emotional intelligence. Good, Aarti. Yes, balancing self in tough times. Yes, yes, the monkey was intelligent. Not only intelligence, emotionally intelligence, where his heart and brain worked together. Yeah. So, if for example, if you were in that monkey's place, what would have your what would have been your reaction? You were in that monkey's place. That is, you're going, you're in the deep waters, and suddenly panic. Yeah, fight. Yes, yeah, panic, fight, or would have what do you say, name calling, gali dena, isn't it? And freak out. Yes, yes. But did the monkey do these things? No. He simply uh, thought, means it's just this is so. This is emotional intelligence. What did monkey do? He was scared. In fact, he was scared, but he used this fear emotion, and he thought of an idea, creative idea, and he came out of the situation, isn't it? Isn't it? Yes. Emotional intelligence, we are discovering these terms, we are coining these terms in the recent past years. But all these, if I would suggest you to and read our stories, that is Jataka stories, our Panchatantra stories, Aesop's fables. All these stories are pearls of wisdom. So here monkey is perceiving his emotion. He is scared, of course he is scared, of course he is afraid. He is perceiving his emotion, he is understanding his emotion, and he is managing his emotion, and is using his emotion. This is emotional intelligence. Hope you understood the term. If you understood, please type yes or why. Thank you. So, what is emotional intelligence? EQ or EI means being aware that emotions can drive a behavior and impact. Yes, if monkey behaved according to his emotion, that is, he would have suddenly reacted. He was definitely his story would have ended immediately. But he managed his emotion for his to come out of the situation. And the good thing about emotional intelligence is that emotional intelligence can be developed, means it is developing emotional intelligence is a lifelong process and can begin at any stage of life. That is, the when our abilities, that is after 60 or after 55, many of our mental abilities like memory or and the other cognitive abilities decline, but emotional intelligence never decline. That is where our elders, we say, no, they have got more wisdom, isn't it? So emotional intelligence, we can develop our emotional intelligence, and it is a lifelong process. It continues to grow, it continues to progress. So this is emotional intelligence. So, so the domains, now we'll see the domains of emotional intelligence. The first one is self awareness. What is self awareness? Knowing your emotion, acknowledging it, not suppressing it, but acknowledging it. Now, having accurate self assessment. Having accurate self assessment means you know your strength, you know your weakness, you know how able you are. You have got a good self worth. You have got a positive self worth of yourself. And that gives you a good self confidence. This is about self. This is the first domain of emotional intelligence. Now, the next one is social awareness. That is, you know about the people who are around you or the things that are around you, where you are. You are socially more responsible. You have got empathy. You have got compassion. Uh, you know how to make people go, or you know how to work in a team. There is service orientation, and this helps you in relationship management. Relationship management is how you are going to develop others, how you are going to inspire others, how you are going to motivate others. Then one of the characteristics of good leaders is having good emotional intelligence, and that gives you a good that helps you to have a good leadership. And also conflict management, uh, as if the monkey would have punched the or have what do you say, if he would have called him, what would have happened? What would happen to uh, the monkey? Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am. You're
Okay.
perfectly audible.
Okay, thank you. So this is conflict management. It helps to uh, avoid unnecessary conflict and helps you to be creatively come out of the conflict. And also it helps to uh, have self management, that is emotional self control. Know how to express your emotions or in a positive manner than a negative way, to take up initiatives and be optimistic. Here I want to share one of my experience. When I was doing B.Ed, that is during B.Ed, you have to there you have got a training. So during the training period, I was teaching girls students. The class were the girl students. So many of my friends had to teach the boys. So there was one the students, we were all girls. It was a girls college. So one of the student in class 9th was very mischievous, very naughty. You know, we were all just 22 or 21 years old, and we were not supposed to speak harshly to them. We were required to manage the class, but and the students know that these trainees are really helpless. So they enjoyed, means they used to make fun and everything, particularly boys. And there was one boy who he didn't do anything, but just he used to look at the trainees from bottom to from head to toe and from toe to head. This was his thing, and these made the trainee girls, very anxious. So what happened during for the whole training period? I was teaching the girls students, that is the girls class. But for the final exam, that is the final thing where there is the external, and you have to that is the marks will be included in your that the for which your marks is going to be included in the thing. So during that period, during that class, I was given this ninth class where this boy was. So I was very nervous because I heard about this boy, and I thought, what will I do? Anyway, we used to carry a big bag, roller board, and the pictures and all the audiovisual materials that we had. I came to the class and I set up the class. Then this boys and I started because we have to build up a rapport with the students. So initial uh, the uh, the external didn't came during that time. He wasn't there. So before that, just to build up the rapport, and first the rapport was built up, then I started the class. And this boy started his prank. So as I slowly started introducing the chapter, the lesson, and then I started asking questions. I became anxious and I was bit nervous because of that student's prank. So I didn't know. Means I asked him questions, and he wasn't able to answer because he wasn't listening. So I just said, you know, I expected this. I expected answer from you. I thought you are very means you are smart. You should. Uh, you just disappointed me. And after that, this boy was very attentive and very cooperative. So this is how we use emotional intelligence. That is, we means that stress, that nervousness helps to think creatively and helps us to come out with new innovative ideas. So this is how we can use emotional intelligence in our day-to-day life.
Ma'am, a gentle reminder. You have
Yes.
10 more minutes to wind up the session.
Okay, okay. Just I'm finishing it. Okay. So next is the characteristics of individuals with high IQ. So I said, like monkey. We can take about example of the monkey character. So the emotional intelligent people take time to know themselves. Here, the monkey acknowledged his emotions, and before speaking, they think. Okay, if monkey dwelt on his negative thoughts, the result would have been drastic. And they learn from negative feedback and failures. Always learn from negative feedbacks and failures. Uh, uh, Mostly, when we see, you would have seen many cookery shows in YouTube and all. Okay, and when we try, we fail and we feel discouraged. You need to understand that uh, they are perfect because they have failed many times. This is just a simple example, and this is the truth. So don't get upset if you fail once. Keep trying, or keep uh, trying in other ways. And they recognize their strengths and weakness. They show empathy, and they practice self care. They know They understand about their emotions. They know what they are, and they take care of themselves. They are not rude to themselves, and they focus on what they can control rather than what they cannot. So these are the characters of individuals with high EQ. So the characteristics of individuals with low IQ. So here I can relate it. We can relate it to the crocodile's wife. Her She had a blind ambition. She was envious, and she wanted to. mm she uh, somehow wanted to break up the friendship with the crocodile and the monkey. Okay, so she had a blind ambition and she had a very unrealistic goal. Okay, and she strived relentlessly. That is, somehow, any way I want to break up the friendship, whatever the cost is. And they drive others hard. She was nagging her husband every day. And they are very power hungry, isn't it? Power hungry. She wanted to be, didn't like that. She didn't like to share her husband with anybody. That was her problem. And they have an insatiable need for recognition, and they are too preoccupied with their appearance. It's good that you dress well, but don't be preoccupied with your appearances. Be uh, Develop your innate qualities, your innate talents, and the other one is that they overly need to seem perfect. So these are some of the characteristics of individuals with low IQ. So how you can develop uh, emotional intelligence? I'll give you some tips. Employ an emphatic style of communication. Means be clear when you speak. Whatever you speak, don't speak in a confusing language. Let the others understand what you really mean. Respond than reacting in a conflict situation. Active listening. Be self motivated and resilient during challenging times. Means the people with a high EQ, they cannot, means they bounce back when challenges come. Practice ways to maintain a positive attitude. Be grateful to what you have. Develop a gratitude towards the thing that you have than complaining about the things that you don't have. Practice self awareness. Take negative feedback as a learning, and empathize with others. These are some tips that you can employ to develop EQ. So, hope this session was useful to you. And you have some takeaways from here. Yes.
Thank you
This is
so
my
much, ma'am.
social media platforms. You can follow me there. And if you have got any career queries or any personal problems, you can email me at this and connect to me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, wonderful. You have wonderful audiences. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a very good session. You beautifully correlated with the story and the emotional intelligence. And as a small token of love, we have a
Before that,
e-certificate.
we can take few questions, Lahari.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
we are so proud to say that Sobi ma'am is a like a member of 3G Advanced program. She joined there and now she is a speaker. She's coming as a speaker and she's addressing our audience. We are so proud of you, ma'am. Thank you so much for coming in. And like, do you have time for taking one or two questions, ma'am?
Yes, Anjali, I have got time.
Okay. So, participants, if you have any questions, you can ask in the chat box as well as in Q&A sections. So, we'll be taking that. So, ma'am, can we relate emotional intelligence with metacognition? Is one question.
So what do you mean by metacognition? Metacognition is understanding your thoughts. So yes, definitely you can relate emotional intelligence and metacognition.
Okay, so now we have a beautiful question by Sumrana. How can we become emotionally intelligent? I think this is a relevant question for this time where we all are affected emotionally by COVID and all those things. Yeah.
The first thing is that never suppress your emotion. Acknowledge it, understand it, why it is there. Okay, because you behave. The driving factor behind your behavior is your emotion. So don't suppress it. Acknowledge it. And when you acknowledge it, yes, and you find the reason why I'm feeling or why this emotion is coming to me. So this will help you to move forward, to find a way in a very creative manner. As I said, no, that when I was there in front of the class and that boy was uh, making a prank on us. Okay, he used to do that thing every day, but this time means in an innovative way you come with solution. So you have got the solution in yourself only. So this is you can develop emotional and intelligence at any stage of life. And when you're aware of your emotional intelligence or you want to develop, you want to progress, you will progress, and it is a lifelong learning here.
Okay, ma'am. Beautiful. So, next question, how we can increase our empathy? How we can strengthen that? It's by Pahil Jean. Beautiful
Yeah.
question.
What is empathy? Empathy is understanding others' position. Means you keep yourself in others' means situation, and you think from that perspective. This is the way to develop empathy.
Okay, beautiful answer, ma'am. So next we have, should we, as working professionals, stick to the charges or should we be ready to negotiate?
Pardon?
Ma'am, should we negotiate or should we stick with a particular charges when we are approaching clients? Like when clients approach us for counseling and all. That's the next question.
So you need to understand why they are charging. Okay, what's the reason behind it, and if you can negotiate, and your means the client is ready to negotiate and understand your perspective, then the things will go right.
Okay, beautiful answer, ma'am. Next one, how to boost a team who has low emotions and who always thinks about negativity? Gayatri Venkat's question. Yeah.
Yeah, how
to boost or how to make a teen. Okay, or a teenager, he's thinking always negative things and he's always low. So how to bring positivity in his mind? That is the next question.
Okay, so you need to understand why the teen is low in what are the factors behind it. As I said, no, well, you need to reason out the emotion. What are the factors or what are the so you can make when you understand the reason behind real reason behind that is you will be able to help that teen in a better manner.
Okay. Exactly. I think all the parents who attended this and all the psychology aspirants and psychologists, we have not only psychology students, we have psychologists as well. It will be a very useful session for them. Indeed, it's a useful session for them, and we can see that in our comment box. So thank you so much for joining, ma'am. And we are very much happy that you are a part of 3G Advanced Program member and you came as a speaker. So we are so thankful for that. And over to MC Lahari, you can move forward with the certifications and thanking. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. I would like to thank 3G team, 3G School of.
I think, ma'am.
And I extend my sincere gratitude to Irfana and Shahid sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was indeed a beautiful session with you. Now I request technical team to give the presentation, to give the certificate.
To honor your time, we have a certificate from 3G School of Psychology. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request MC Anjali to take over.
Okay, thank you so much, Sobi ma'am, and thank you so much, MC Lahari. I hope you all enjoyed the session. I hope it added some value to your life. I hope you all are gaining some new information. And please comment on the chat box. Are you ready for the next session? Are you ready for inviting the next speaker? Please comment on the chat box. And again, I am reminding you about our giveaway. We have only a few more hours left. So what you have to do is go to our Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology, and tag 5 of your friends, and don't forget to tag our leaders. I request my technical team to post the leaders connect here so that they can connect with us. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for this energy. Thank you so much for the active participation. This is what we love about our participants. From day one, you all are with full energy. And if you haven't applied for World Book of Record certificates, please do go and apply for that same. We are giving World Book of Record certificate for the first 700 participants. And about our master's program, this is the last day. So if you want to gain 40,000 rupees scholarship, all you have to do is go to our website, and you can use our scholarship code 3GIPC 2021. So without much further ado, let's invite our next eminent speaker. And to invite our next eminent speaker, I invite my beautiful co-host, MC Reshika. Over to you, Reshika.
Thank you, Anjali. Thank you. So next up, we have our guest speaker, Luzanne, with us. Luzanne is the head of workspace culture and resident coach at Mind Valley. As a member of the Forbes Coaches Council and awarded the top 100 global coaches in the world, Luzanne discovered her passion for coaching through her constant fascination with human behavior. As a coach and master neuro-linguistic practitioner, Luzanne has worked with multinational organizations, CEOs of government-linked agencies, department heads from leading banks, and NGOs to train and coach on workplace transformation. She is also a two-time TEDx speaker and travels the world to speak. She has represented Malaysia twice in the renowned World Economic Forum 2013 and 2015 in Davos, and has appeared on various media platforms and publications. She is here with us today to explain an amazing experiment that she conducted to prove how we can use the power of words to change how we feel. I request you to take over from here, Luzanne.
Thank you, Rashika. Thank you, 3G Psychology School, for having me today. I'm so honored to be here. This is such a privilege, and to speak to you guys in India. It really is such an honor for me. Just a couple of months ago, I was speaking to the Middle East and South Africa region, and I'm so glad that now I get to speak to the India region. So thank you again for having me. Rashika would notice I took quite a while to actually come up with a topic for this talk. And Rashika, I think you're laughing about this because when you remember, you emailed me and I took a few days to reply to you. When I got the invitation for this talk, it really took me quite a bit of self-reflection. Well, I had a few topics in mind, ranging from like managing anxieties, loneliness in this pandemic, navigating through the pandemic. And I wanted to pick any one of these topics and throw all sorts of academic research and data into this, because these were topics that we were all talking a lot about in the past year, right? And these were also some of the topics that I was talking about in some platforms that I was invited in the past year. But something really struck me this time, and I stopped to ask myself, and I thought, is this what people need to hear right now? If it's me, if I could hear just one talk today that would cover all these anxieties that I'm going through, one message that could really encourage me and edify me today, lift me out of this heaviness that I'm feeling today, what would I want to hear? And so that's how I came up with the topic for this talk. I want to share with you a story. So growing up, I would always hear my mom tell me that she's tone deaf. Tone deaf, right? And I'm sure some of you might have heard of this term before. So tone deafness is someone's incapability to distinguish musical pitches. So they can't tell the difference between a high note or a low note, between a C or a D, they can't tell that. And she's always told me that this is the reason why she can't sing well, she can't play musical instruments. And like many other Chinese Asian children, I'm a Chinese Asian from Malaysia, and my mom is also Chinese Asian from Malaysia. And so, like any Chinese Asian parents and children, you go to school, you get good grades. That means nothing less than an A, and you definitely get an A plus for math. You are also sent for piano lessons. So I was sent for piano lessons for many, many years. And honestly, I was not great at it. I mean, I was okay. I was mediocre. I was just barely scraping through all my exams and stuff. But I would be forced to practice the piano every single day. And whenever that I would play poorly, my mom would say, "Hey, I think you're a little tone deaf like me." And she would always say that to me. So I grew up believing that I was really tone deaf, right? And that was the reason why I was only just merely scraping through all my piano exams. That was the reason why I couldn't sing well. And that was really sad because singing was really something that I would love to do. Until about 4 years ago, something really interesting happened. So I was just at a cafe by myself, having a moment by myself, and this thought came to me. And I was really wondering if tone deafness is inherited. I was like, wow, is that something that could be inherited? Like, I wouldn't want my children to be tone deaf. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna do a search. And so I spent many hours on that day on Google, of course, trusty old Google, and I actually came across countless studies that proved a person can be trained to recognize musical pitches and can be trained to sing in harmony. So I went straight home to my mom and I said, "Mom, you totally destroyed my dreams of wanting to be a pop star." And my mom looked at me and she said, "Good for you, girl." And she continued watching her TV. This really showed how words are so important, aren't they? They hold such power, don't they? It's amazing how human beings are gifted with the ability to speak words. And words can encourage you, they can edify you, they can give confidence to you. A right word spoken at the right time can be so life-changing. And that's why so many of us, we love memorizing quotes, right? From renowned people, from presidents, from renowned celebrities. And we use it as our motivational mantra. Why do we do that? And oftentimes, the results of our behaviors are dictated by what we have been saying to ourselves every day. I remember, now that I'm recalling this, I remember one story as well and I'm sure you guys would have been a bit familiar with this too. There was like this one time, I think I was about 9 years old. And, it was just one of those days that I was just really, really, really dreading to go to school, right? I was so dreading to go to school. And I thought, you know what, today I'm going to pretend to be sick. And so I went to my mom and I said, "Mom, I think I've got a sore throat coming. I think I'm having a headache. I think my tummy is not doing well," right? And of course, I threw in some sniffles for good measure. I coughed just to show her that I was really unwell, but I was really pretending. Only to realize that a few hours later, I really, really felt sick. And I actually needed to see the doctor that evening itself. And so I thought I was just going to pretend to be off school for 2 days. I actually had to be off school for 3 days, because I felt really sick, which is so fascinating, right? Because it really shows how our brain works to keep us honest to what we say. And so, what our parents and our teachers did not emphasize to us more is that our brain works to keep us honest to what we speak with our mouths. And so, when I said that I'm sick, even though I was just pretending, my brain thought I was really sick because it doesn't know that I was actually telling a lie. And so, my brain acted in accordance with what I spoke with my mouth. Our spoken words and our internal dialogues affect our brain and body cells in the most dramatic ways. And Dr. Peter Garelf, I'm not sure if you heard about it, but he's the father of wave genetics. And he managed to prove that the human DNA can actually be reprogrammed just by the words we speak. And his findings was truly, truly groundbreaking, because imagine what we can do to our health just by speaking the right words. Our body can be healed. It can even be regenerated. We can even reverse aging. Just think about that. And I really want to show all of you an experiment that I did in 2017. So allow me to just share with you my screen. I hope you can all see my screen right now.
Yes, ma'am. We are on the using the power of words slide. First slide.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So in 2017, I actually did a home experiment, and I actually used green beans. So what inspired me to do this experiment was because I was really studying about how words can affect the way we feel and how we respond and how we behave. And so I actually took green beans. Now these are green beans, or maybe in your country you might call it mung beans, the green ones. So I actually placed them in little jars like this, right? And I actually named them X, Y, and Z. So X was the one that I spoke really positive things to it every single day, right? I spoke blessings to it. I directed it positively on how you should grow and that you'll be strong and healthy. You have leaves that are big and nice. Y was my control group. So I didn't say anything to it anytime. So no words to it at all. And Zach was my negative plant, right? Where I spoke really, really terrible things to it. I don't think this platform would be right for me to even describe what I said to it. I mean, that were like really horrible things that I said to the plants in Zach. So this was day 1, and this is how it looked like. And I want to show you that by day 4, this is how the plants look like, right? So on day 4, X was growing maybe about 5 centimeters by this time. Y was kind of growing sideways a little, and Zach was kind of growing a little bit funnily, where the roots were up and the shoot was down, right? And by day 5, this is how it looks like. As you can see, X was really shooting up very high and tall, looking very healthy. Y was okay. I was doing mediocre, and Zach was doing not so great. And I'll show you a zoom up picture of Zach on day 5 as well. So you can see Zach's roots were growing upside down, right? It doesn't have any leaves. It doesn't look like it's gonna be able to sustain anymore. Day 10. This is how it looks like on day 10. So it's truly fascinating to see how X, the plant in X, the one that I was speaking positive words to it every single day, is definitely looking the healthiest, right? Y was okay. Zach was the most limpy. The stalks were very thin. And so I thought, wow, my hypothesis was right. But of course, coming from a psychology background, coming from an academic background as well, I thought I can't just do this experiment just one time. That's not gonna work, right? And so I actually ran this experiment about 7 times. And I'll show you more pictures of it. So this was another group that I did. So X1, Y1, and Z1 again, just so that I could differentiate the different variations that I did. So this was how they look like on day 1 and day 6. This was interesting because by day 6, I thought, okay, my hypothesis is definitely not right here. I don't think this experiment is working to what I hope it to be, because Zach looks like the one that is doing the best, right? But it's straight, it's firm, it's tall, it looks healthy. And I was ready to give up on this experiment. But I thought, okay, let's just give it a few more days and let's see what happens. And by day 11, this was what happened. So as you can see again, the plants in X is the tallest, right? It looks the strongest. Y was okay. Zach was looking, again, very limpy, even though it started out really, really well, right? So it's very interesting to see how the plants were reacting to the environment in terms of my words, because they were put in the exact same environment. The variables were very controlled. I made sure that even the time that they were exposed to the words were the same. Every single second count, the water, how many droplets of water that I would put in their jars would be accounted for. So everything was controlled except for the words that I would say to it every single day. And of course, I ran the experiment again. This was another group, right? And that was how it looks like on day 1, and this is how it looks like on day 8. So as you can see again, that it's the ones in X is definitely growing a lot more. Y was okay, and Z, it was just growing all over the place. It was limping. The roots were not strong, and that's why they couldn't hold up the stalk. So this was a very simple home experiment, but the consistent results that came out of it totally blew my mind. Yeah, and this experiment really showed me how impactful our words are. It's truly fascinating. And human and plant cells, we have so much in common. So imagine the impact of all the words we have ever spoken to ourselves and even absorbed from other people. There is also another really famous study done by Dr. Emoto, and I believe many of you would have heard of him and his experiment with water and words. So Dr. Emoto did an experiment to observe the crystallization of water. So what he did was that he took some water, he bottled them up in bottles, and he spoke to them, just like what I did with my plants. So some he spoke very good words to, and some he spoke words that was really, really negative, right? Curses, he would play like really heavy metal music and stuff. And he found that for the water bottles that he spoke blessings to, the crystals that were formed after freezing them turned out to be the most beautiful patterns, as you can see from the slides here at the bottom. Yeah, as opposed to the water where he spoke harsh words to, they formed really irregular, broken crystals when they were frozen. So now that we have talked about this, the question that I really have for all of you today is this, right? We know that positive words affect us in a good way and negative words affect us in a negative way. So my question to all of you is this. If this is such a simple understanding, right, that we have the power of words and how easy it is to apply in our lives, then why are there still people not achieving the success that they want? If word affirmations are so effective, why are there still people who get nervous breakdowns before they go up on stage? Or why are there still people who wake up every day feeling so lousy or even depressed, even though they have told themselves today that today is different, right? Today I'm going to be strong. Why do they still sink into that? What are they not doing right? So just a question to pick your interest, because I want to share 3 points with you today. And these 3 points is really to just shed some light into your lives today and to help you see that you can create and craft better dialogues with yourselves and with other people. Right now that you understand words are so powerful, it's really a weapon that you can use to radically change the way you behave, the way you think, and the way you feel. And my first point is this: be creatively descriptive. So I'll give you an example. Say, say you're about to go on stage to speak, whether it's virtual or live, right? You're about to go to stage to speak, and you start to feel this ball of energy that is just slowly turning and making you feel more and more nervous as the clock ticks, right? You know it's going to be your turn. And what you usually tell yourself is this, right? Okay, I'm relaxed, I'm calm, I can do this, you're fine. And honestly, in my experience of doing this in the past, it almost is never as effective as I wanted it to be. And I would wait and wait and wait for the calmness to come over me, but it would take so long, right? And by that time, the MC would announce my name and I would need to be on stage, and I'm still feeling so nervous, right? So when we talk about being creatively descriptive, what would be better instead is to say this: I am relaxed and calm right now. My heart rate is slowing down. My breathing is steady. I feel calmness from the top of my head to the tip of my toes. Every part of me, every cell, every organ, every part of me is relaxed and calm, and I feel good. So you see, what I just did right there was to give very specific visual cues to my brain, right? Very specific and descriptive visuals to my brain and body on how it will exactly look like and feel like when I am relaxed. You know, when I talk to my plants, remember my plant experiment, I was very, very descriptive, right? I did not just say to the plants in the X jar that you will grow up to be a beautiful plant. I did not just say that. I would say you will grow up to be a beautiful plant with roots that are steady and grounded, and you will have a stalk that is thick and strong and straight, and it can withstand any pressure, and you will have leaves that are large and of the most vibrant green that is so captivating. So I really described exactly how I wanted the plant to grow. And of course, I was equally as descriptive to the plant's insect, right? And that's why it came out really, really horrible looking. So the power of our words come from being able to transform a conceptual, vague idea of I want to be relaxed or I'm smart, to a more specific description of how it will look like and be like when you are relaxed or when you want to feel smart. The reason for this is because our brain literally interprets what we say. And when we can give it more specific, direct, and descriptive commands, the faster and easier it is for our mind to be in our desired state, right? So a better way to ask yourself whenever you feel that you need to give yourself some word affirmation, ask yourself first, what must happen in my physiology, my emotions, and my biology when I'm in my desired state? So the next time when you wake up in the morning feeling less than good or when you've had a rough day, instead of just telling yourself, hey, chin up, you're fine, a better statement would be, hey, you are alive and breathing today. Every breath you take is increasing your energy levels. You are feeling the joy of being alive today, and that gives you strength. Your body is feeling increased positive energy, and with this energy, you're going to walk into your meetings, you're going to walk into your workplace with so much excitement, and you will have the mental focus to do what you need to do today. Right? So you're very descriptive about what you want to do. Now, my second point is this, right? Give your brain a very compelling reason to be in your desired state. You need to convince your mind, right? That you really want to be relaxed or calm or full of energy. My grandfather, I'll tell you another story. My grandfather, his name is Eng Jupong. You can Google him because he is one of Malaysia's first few Olympic cyclists to make it to the Olympics, right? So he was in the 1964 Tokyo Olympics and in the 1968 Mexico Olympics. So he really is quite the star in our family and even in Malaysia itself. And a couple of years ago, he suffered a stroke. No one was with him. He was all alone. And it happened while he was driving, right? And he started to feel numbness in his legs and some parts of his body, and he was not sure what was happening, of course. All he knew was that he needed to get to the hospital. So he drove himself all the way to the hospital in the midst of having a stroke. So when he arrived there, the doctors were incredibly surprised at how this man could drive all the way right up to the front reception, to the hospital and walk to the front reception and check himself in. Because we found out later that the stroke that hit him was really quite serious. So after a while, when he got better, we asked him, we said, Grandpa, like what went through your mind at that time, when you felt even the numbness in your legs and you could still drive? And he said, Well, I just told myself that I had to get to the hospital because I do not want to die here alone in my car. Now, that is a pretty compelling reason to tell yourself that you have to make it, right? So, the next time when you want to feel a certain way, when you want to feel calm, for example, tell yourself this: I need to be calm right now because I deserve to feel calm. I do not want to go about my day today feeling anything less than calm because being calm gives me clarity of mind. It makes me feel good. It helps me enjoy my day. I have a purpose to live for today. I have important meetings and conversations that I need to attend today, and I need to be present. And being calm will help me. So you see, you're really giving your brain many compelling reasons why you want to be in a desired state, right? So take your time to give your brain strong reasons why you want to be calm, or why you want to be relaxed, or why you want to, be in a certain desired state, because your brain needs convincing, right? So that's the second point of that, right? Now, my third point is this: repetition. Repetition is key. Our brain uses repetition to learn, searching for patterns, searching for consistencies as a way to make sense of our environment. And I'm sure you've all experienced this, right? Where, you listen to a certain song, it's very catchy, and it gets stuck in your head all day long. And you try so hard to get the melody out of your head, but you just can't, right? It's like like the song that children likes to play, Baby Shark, right? It just keeps playing in your mind. You can't get it out of your head at all, right? Because repetition is the most powerful tool to imprint something into our minds and to keep it there. In this aspect, I want to also share this theory called the illusion of truth, right? Which says that we human beings have the tendency to believe an information to be correct after repeated exposure to it. There's a research from the University of California in 2009 that clearly shows that when the participants were given or exposed to a weak message twice, that message becomes 2 times more valid than a strong message heard only once, which is very interesting, right? So what's interesting to know is that it doesn't matter if the information we receive is true or false, but that's how our brain works, right? So it doesn't know what is a truth, what is a lie. Technically, when you repeat a lie often enough, it starts to become the truth. So repetition has the power to make things sound more true in our brains. It increases our mental validation of anything we're exposed to. So if you've been telling yourself often that life is hard, or that you have no control over things, or worse still, that you're good for nothing, which I've heard many people say that about themselves before, your brain starts to take that as the truth. And on a subconscious level, you start to make decisions that make you behave in alignment with that, right? So be mindful about what you're saying to yourself. Repeating to yourself in the morning, good things, even during coffee breaks or even before you go to sleep. What you can tell yourself is that, you have great meaning to be here on this earth. You are an overcomer of obstacles. You have all the capabilities and skills to overcome anything that happens in life, right? So there is so much immense power in our words and speech. It doesn't matter if you're talking to someone or if you're talking to yourself out loud or in your head. Our words have a pervasive impact on how well a life we live and how well we function. Just look at the experiment I did with my plants and Dr. Emoto's water experiment, right? If we can affect plants and waters in such a direct manner, I really believe that it affects us as well, human beings, in the same significant way too. So if we are honest with ourselves, we may find that at times some of our bad moods are directly linked to the choice of words we use, right? A full-blown argument might break out with a loved one just because of a word that was said out in anger. Words can lift you they can also limit you. Words can heal you. Words can also kill. Words have the power to give us so much hope and strength when we are weak. Ancient scripture says that words can speak life and death. I love that. And when you think about it, President Kennedy, he didn't say, let's try to put a man on the moon. He said, let's put a man on the moon. Martin Luther King didn't say, I think I have a dream. He said, I have a dream. And there's such a big difference with just one word there, right? The words we speak become our self-fulfilling prophecies, and what we say becomes our truth. I know that many people are facing a lot of challenges right now, especially in the past year with the whole COVID situation. And it has hit people financially, emotionally, psychologically, even socially. I personally have friends and family who have lost jobs and had a change of lifestyle overnight. And I've also had so many more clients just this past year who's dealing with a lot of anxiety and depressive symptoms, and all this just because of what has happened through this year. But as an encouragement to all of you, I want to tell you this. Throughout all of this, I've had the privilege to also see how so many people around me could navigate through the storms around them, all just by the words they choose to speak about their lives. And from what I observed, what has certainly given them this resiliency in their minds that helps them remain afloat above the dark clouds hovering around them is what they say every day to themselves, to their situation, right? Words can literally speak life and death to a person. And I remembered this one time my father telling me the story of Viktor Frankl. And this is my closing for you, okay? So Viktor Frankl, he is the renowned psychologist. He talks about existentialism all the time. He's also a Holocaust survivor. In one of his books, he said this, that one time when he was in a Jewish concentration camp, there was a little girl who knew her future was really bleak, right? And she was also even wondering if she was going to have a future at all. So one day she wrote this on the wall. She wrote, "Today I will be happy. Only tomorrow shall I be sad." And she would read this off the wall every single day. Today I will be happy. Only tomorrow shall I be sad. And she does this every single day. She was intentional about her words. And so I want to ask you, how about you? What are the power words that you tell yourself every single day? Because words can encourage you, they can edify you, they can also lift you up. Now, I'd like to encourage all of you to start directing your speech to where you want to go and start declaring the outcome that you want to achieve in your life, because you have a choice. Remember that you have a choice to use your mouth and your words. It is a weapon. It's a very powerful one. And you have a choice today to use your words to change your life. All right? So I hope that this message today has definitely encouraged you, has given you some edification, and you know that you have this power with you. Thank you very much for having me. And for any of you who want to connect with me, feel free to. I'm always open on social media, especially on Instagram or on email. I'm just sharing this with you, so feel free to keep in touch with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luzanne. That was such a beautiful, thought-provoking, and amazing talk with an essential takeaway. This also reminded me of the boxer Muhammad Ali's quote where he says, "I am the greatest," I said, even before I knew I was.
Oh, yes.
So, yeah, that is the power of words, I think. So, thank you for accepting our invitation and being here. As token of love and appreciation for your time and efforts, we'd like to present you with an e-certificate, Luzanne. So, I request my technical team to display the same on screen.
Thank you very much, Rashika and the 3G School of Psychology for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Luzanne. It's a pleasure. Technical team, can you get the
Yeah, we would request our technical team to display the certificate. We are really honored with your presence, ma'am. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Lula. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Reshika. No, Reshika is our part of our national leader team, and thank you so much for inviting such a energetic speaker. And moving ahead, we will be having. Okay, if you like the session, please do fill the feedback forms so you can share your suggestions. You can share your opinions. How you felt about the session? That was so good, so good. Kuku, thank you so much. Thank you for your comments. We feel so happy. Shika is telling wonderful. Thank you so much. And yeah, sign up. Yeah, thank you so much. So if you all like the session, if it added some value to your life, I would request all of you to please go and fill the feedback form. So again and again, I'm telling there is only a little more hours left for our giveaway. So if you want to win the giveaway of Amazon voucher rupees 1,000 and 50 free ebooks, 50 free books and a free premium Canva account, all you have to do is go to our Instagram page 3D School of Psychology and tag 5 of your friends right now. So everyone was asking how to connect with our leaders. So we will be playing a video in which we'll be sharing our leaders contact details as well as their social media handles, so you can reach out to us. And there are many queries about World Book of Records certificate, so you will be getting first 700 participants will be getting World Book of Records certificate. All you have to do is go to our official website and you can click on, you will be seeing apply now button, so you can click on that and you will be getting World Book of Records certificate. So some people were asking, okay, will I be among that 700 participants? So as long as you are seeing that apply now button, you are good to go. You will be getting the certificate. It's a golden chance where you will be getting a free participation certificate for World Book of Records certificate. So please go and apply soon without missing the chance. So now over to the technical team for the videos, please. Thank you.
போகுது இவரை பார்த்தாலே.
Once again, welcome back, guys. So we had many queries about okay how to apply for the master's program. So I will just show you for that. Okay, and Nikita is asking if we pay 500 using apply now button, will I get certificate or it's just among the luck? No, it's not a luck factor. Okay, if you are seeing, as long as you are seeing the apply now button, you are eligible for it. And if you are paid, you will be definitely getting the World Book of Records certificate within next 25 business days. And it will be a e-certificate. It will be reflecting on your dashboard. And many people, if you have paid one, then you will be receiving the certificate. Yeah, you will be receiving within the next 25 business days. So please wait for that. And many of you were asking for recording. It's getting live on our YouTube channel, 3G School of Psychology. I repeat, it's getting live on our live streamed on our YouTube channel, 3G School of Psychology. So if you want to see a session repeatedly, or if you missed any session, you can just go and watch it anytime in our YouTube channel, 3G School of Psychology. So we had many queries about our master's program. So I will be just explaining about that. So this is the last day where you can go and apply for that. So if you are using our scholarship code 3G IPC 2021, all you have to do is you have to go to 3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters. You have to use this web address and you have to log into our website, and you can use our scholarship code 3G IPC 2021. If you are registering for this revolutionary master's program, which offers 100% job guarantee, you will be getting a scholarship worth 40,000 rupees. So what you're waiting for? Don't miss the chance. Please go and log into our website, 3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters. Use our scholarship code 3GIPC 2021. I repeat, 3GIPC 2021. And you will be getting a scholarship of 40,000 rupees. So without much further ado, let's move on to the next interesting session. And to invite the next eminent personality, I invite my co-host, MC Farid. Over to you, Farid.
Yes, thank you so much, MC Anjali. Yeah, we now have the final speaker to conclude session for today, as well as the 3G International Psychology Conference 2021. For most of us, dream is just a dream and doesn't become a reality. It's because we don't have a proper guide or team or support. I'm going to introduce such a person who has been living his life to make others achieve their dreams. We are proud to say that he is a Mission 3G's advisor. He is also a blogger, coach, consultant, speaker, and trainer. He has the tagline, every dream deserves a chance. Of course, this is 100% true. Every one of us deserves a chance to fulfill our dreams. He is a polymath serving as blogger, coach, consultant, speaker, and a trainer. He has been a lifelong learner and has been a mentor and coach for a lot of people, including CEOs of companies. He helping in tapping inner genius, creativity, and mastery so that people can achieve their goals in a responsible way. It's a proud moment for me today welcoming our mentor, Dr. Maharaja Sivasubramanian, onto the stage. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Farid. So with this, I'd like to take it over and sharing about the same. So I'm going to be talking about the topic on psychology perspectives. So hi, everybody. Before I start, I'd like to have a quick poll and a quick question with all of you. We'll have a quick poll. Okay, I'm sure the technical team is ready. And once we have the poll, then we'll continue with the talk, and it will be on different psychology perspectives. Okay, yes, so let me ask one question before we go on with the poll, and I want the answer from all of you in the chat box. The question is, how many of you agree with the statement, known is a drop, unknown is an ocean? Known is a drop, unknown is an ocean. Do you agree with the statement? If you agree with it, then type in the chat box, I agree. If you don't, then type it as I don't agree. Okay, and then over to the technical team for a quick poll, and then we'll take it from there.
Yes, sir. Can I launch it now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So, good evening, participants.
Deepak, in case you're speaking, we are not able to hear you.
Yes. Just a minute. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Yes.
So good evening, everyone. Welcome back to once again for the polling. So the aim of this polling, it is not to test your knowledge or whatever. It is to bring knowledge about psychology field. This poll, it is specifically we are asked a lot of questions about many psychological disorders. So answer them. If you don't know, it's not a problem. We have all these questions only to improve your knowledge about these psychological disorders. In USA, about 10% of the whole population is facing some kind of psychological disorders or minute psychological problems. It has a population of 30 crores. Consider India, which has a very poor economy when compared to USA. We have very low infrastructure, so there might be chances that we have high psychological disorders in our country, but we have a very low education and knowledge about the psychological disorders. So please feel free to answer the questions. So the first question is, who is the first woman to get a PhD in psychology? These are the four options. So choose one. The second question is, the forerunner for classification of mental disorders, and first person to work on a scheme of classification. Who is that? Is that A.J. Bale, Albert von Euler, Emil Kaplan, or Franz Anton Mesmer? So it is basically about the classification of mental disorders before DSM and ICD-10. So these next questions, they are about people who are facing mental disorders. So the question is, Mary is reportedly having been intensely afraid of enclosed spaces such as lifts, small halls, tunnels, etc. What is she suffering from? And yeah, the next question is, John is a small 10-year-old student. He cannot focus for a long time, but he is extremely intelligent. He can solve max problems, he can solve quizzes in no time, but he cannot focus for a long time. What will be most likely be his diagnosis? So next question is, Connie has recently lost her job and has a poor appetite. She is very sleeping low and she has a low energy. She has no hope and suicidal thoughts, all because she has lost her job. What might be the reason? So the next question is, Devi is a 30-year-old woman. She has headache. She has visited many doctors and took many tests, but to her pain, nothing showed up. So what could be the reason for her pain? The next question is, this is like seen in many movies like Glass, Split, etc. The presence of two or more distinct identities of personalities. It is popularly called as multiple personality disorder. What is the actual name? What is the actual medical name? So the next questions. So these are very interesting and easy AI related questions. The apps or softwares that we use AI for functioning, or is it Google Assistant, Siri, Cortana, or all the above, or using them? So the next question is, some of the fields where AI is applied in the present day. Is that agriculture, cybersecurity, education, or all the above? So the final quantitative aptitude related question is, an electric train is moving at 100 kilometer per hour and wind is blowing to the west at 10 miles per hour. Which way does the smoke blow? So yeah, northeast, west, and none of the above. Yeah, I can see like almost 100 people have voted. So let's discuss the answer very quickly. The first woman to get PhD degree is, as many of them answer, it's of course Margaret Fall Washburn. She was a Columbia University student and got a PhD from its sister college. Those days, women were not allowed to study in colleges and all. So she was born around 1871, almost 150 years before today. So she had faced a lot of difficulties. She was also to mention she is the second woman president of American Psychiatric Association (APA). So the next is, the forerunner for classification of mental disorders is, as many of you know, it is Emil Kraepelin, the famous German psychologist. Mary is reportedly having been intensely afraid of enclosed places. So people, you may have faced many people who have a trouble in going to lifts, trouble in going to always, etc. So don't force them, let them be it. So they might be facing a disorder called as claustrophobia. And John, it is like many of you, there is a lot of education in current Indian education of PhD. John, if your children are facing any difficulties in attention and deficiency, please you don't scold them and all. You take them to a psychologist. ADHD, it can be managed very well to a lot of medications. Please don't scold the children. So always take them to a psychologist. The next question is, when people are when the people are facing a very poor appetite, they may feel very lost, they might be facing GAD or dysthymia. So always take people to the doctors or the psychologist. Please don't say some about like something like positive. Don't try to you don't try to counsel them. So take them to the psychologist. We have professionals who have trained to solve the issues. So the next question is, this question, Devi is a 38-year-old woman. This is a popular disorder which is developing a lot in India. It is called as somatoform and somatic symptom disorders. So some people, they might face some kind of pain in their body, or they might face headache, etc. But there is no medical term or medical conditions. So it is somatization disorder. So always take the person to psychologist. In all these conditions, take the person to psychologist. They are the people who can treat the person and manage the disorder. The presence of two or more distinct identities, it is popularly known as dissociative identity disorder. Yeah, that's correct. So apps that use AI, Google Siri, Cortana, all of them use AI. And the next question, AI, it is like used in almost every field right now. It is used in agriculture, it is used in cyber security, it is used in educational field. So AI is going to take over all our jobs. So be aware of AI, and also like use AI effectively. So yeah, like many of the comments said, electric train doesn't have any wind, sorry, any smoke. So whichever direction the wind may blow, you will not get any smoke. So thank you everyone. Thanks for participation. We have more than 150 participants who voted. So thank you all for voting. And please remember, like always visit a psychologist if you face any kind of mental disorders, or the people who facing you are seeing if they have changed, or if they are facing any difficulties, you can always visit a psychologist. And yeah, thanks everyone. Dr. Maharaja sir, thank you for the opportunity. You may take over, sir. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you, Deepak. And now let's continue with the discussion on different perspectives of psychology. Okay, so let me now quickly ask another question just to understand about the audience profile. How many of you are here in terms of like students? What's your profession? I mean, like, I'm a student, I'm a counselor, I'm a therapist. What exactly it is? Can you quickly type in your chat box so that I can customize my presentation accordingly? That's great. That's great. That's great. Okay, so we have a lot of students, and we do have some special educators, some teachers, counselors, rehabilitation psychologists. Wonderful. That's great. You're a doctor. Perfect. So when known is a drop and unknown is an ocean, how about looking at different drops? That's what is going to be the attempt, and that's what I'm going to be sharing with you for the next 30 to 40 minutes in terms of like how many drops are there, or what are some of the different drops according to me, which are really important in terms of the ocean otherwise known as psychology. That's what we're going to be focusing on and discussing along with. Now, as we're discussing along with that, let me ask you one more question. If you have to answer in a short way, okay, in a short way in the chat box again, what is psychology and what is the purpose of psychology according to you? What is psychology and what is the purpose of psychology according to you? Perfect. Wonderful. So it's going to be a highly interactive session where I will be asking in a lot of questions and also discussing with you through the chat box, and at the same time, like sharing some of the insights and inputs from my end. And let us keep it up at the same level to a higher level for the next 40 minutes as a highly energetic presentation. So continuing with psychology, let us look at the word origin of the psychology. Anything which we look at studying of understanding in terms of the perspectives of understanding the different concepts or aspects of it, it's always a good thing to start with understanding the meaning and the origin of the word. Okay, so psychology, the psyche, which comes from the Greek word, has been referring to like different concepts in terms of soul, spirit, life, mind, and breath. And the logos aspect can be said in terms of the study of, the reasoning, the discourse, and the understanding. So when this is what it is, a lot of discussions with reference to psychology does happen with reference to studying of it in terms of the mind aspect of it, in terms of the mental health aspect of it. What about in terms of the soul? What about in terms of the spirit? What about in terms of the life? What about in terms of the breath? And what about in terms of looking at the application of this whole meaning or this varied meaning to uplift the human consciousness and uplift humanity as a whole? So here I like to start with this quote. Humans have an inherent tendency towards growth and development and integrated functioning. Optimal development and actions are inherent. However, for humans, however, they don't happen automatically. This is from Edward LDC and Richard Rand from Self-Determination Theory. So then when it is not something that happens automatically, however, it is something that is inherent, then how do we convert this latent nature, this latent potential into real application and use it for growth and progress? What we call normal in psychology is really a psychopathology of the average, so undramatic and so widely spread that we don't even notice it ordinarily. Abraham Maslow toward a psychology of being. Then what is the thing in terms of the normal psychology and the abnormal psychology? That's the question that we have to ask. Is it in terms of the psychopathology of the average, or is it about the psychology of the genius? And if it's about like moving from psychopathology of the average to the psychology of the genius, then how can a person make the movement towards it? And how, as different learners, practitioners, students, teachers, and professionals in the area of psychology do the same, where we begin with moving from the psychopathology of the average to the functioning mode of psychology of genius, and be able to authentically represent, be a role model, inspire, and authentically share with integrity in terms of our own experiences to be able to spark the genius and creativity among other people. What exactly is it going to take? Now, this is something which is not from the field of psychology, however, is from the field of homeopathy. I'm myself a homeopath. And this aphorism 9 from the book Organ of Medicine by Samuel Hahnemann, gives a different perspectives of how to look at like psychology in terms of the understanding of psychology as in the study of the psyche, the soul, the spirit, the life, the mind, the breath, and to bring the essence at a higher level of human genius. So let me go through it. It is in the healthy condition of man, the spiritual vital force, the dynamism that animates the material body or the organism, which is what the physical organism is, rules with unbounded sway and retains all the parts of the organism in admirable, harmonious, vital operation as regards both sensations and functions, so that our indwelling reason gifted mind can freely employ this healthy instrument for the higher purpose of our existence. This, according to me, is like one of the in-depth and detailed explanation that people have to look onto in terms of being able to bring forth their essence to the outside world, from within to without, from intrapersonal to interpersonal, starting from the individual, moving on to the society. Then how do we do it? It's about first understanding that we are a spiritual organism. It's about understanding that we have energy, which through our mind, the mental and the emotional planes, acts using this mental body or the physical body and helps it in terms of different functioning. And there, the health may refer to your physical health, your mental health, your emotional well-being, your professional satisfaction, your career growth, your job satisfaction, your business growth, your finances, and all the different areas, including your social relationships, your environment, and other related areas. So how it is that all of us can focus on the higher purpose of our growth, which also Abraham Maslow and a lot of other people have referred to in terms of self-actualization and all the other concepts. So how do we go about with it? Now, when we look at it in terms of psychology, what is psychology is all about? Is it just a system, or is it involving various components? So some of the components, if you look at it, of looking at psychology, is in terms of philosophy, psychology as a philosophy or a school of philosophy, psychology as a school of theology, psychology as a set of different frameworks, psychology having its own dynamic sets of principles, providing us with its own tools and techniques, and psychology as a science and psychology as an art. So how can we look at different perspectives of the same concept in terms of psychology so that we can learn it in a different way, understand it in a different way, and apply it in a different way? Because knowledge is power. When you have the knowledge, not just in one aspect, rather in terms of the 180 degrees, 360 degrees, 720 degrees, and so forth, where you have multi-angle knowledge, and you are also having the different permutation and combination ability to be able to apply that knowledge, that's when you expand the scope. So how do we then take it from there? And looking at it, it's also important to study and understand with reference to psychology in terms of the work of different pioneers and senior practitioners, in terms of different branches of psychology, different schools of psychology, different conditions and concepts which are explained by psychology, different associations that work along to for the enrichment of psychology, for the fostering the growth of psychology and psychology professionals, and also we support and connect with the normal general public and the society, and also the different application areas where you can say that yes, psychology is a technology, just like how today a mobile phone, today a laptop, today internet, today technology, we are able to take it and apply it in different areas. Then how can we take psychology and apply it in different areas? So understand it in terms of philosophy, understand it in terms of different principles, understand it in different branches and schools. So is it about humanistic psychology? Is it about behavioristic psychology? Is it about the work of Sigmund Freud? Is it about the work of Milton Erickson? Is it about the work of Adler? Is it about motivation? Is it about Abraham Maslow? Is it about self-actualization? Is it about psychosis? Is it about neurosis? Is it about educational psychology? Is it about career psychology? Is it about industrial organizational psychology? Is it about the American Psychological Association? Then what exactly it is and where and all can we get on in terms of different perspectives and different inputs, and then take it from there and start learning it and applying it, unlearning certain things, relearning certain things, and applying it with a purpose. So when I say with a purpose, if you have no limitations, here's a question for all of you. If you have no limitations and if you have all the resources to support you, then what will be your ultimate goal in the field of psychology and through the field of psychology? If there are no limitations and you have all the resources with you, then what will be your goal in the field of psychology and through psychology, through the application of psychology? What exactly would you like to achieve? This is a question. I'd like to have some answers from the participants, please, through the chat. Understand oneself, to remove the taboo associated with mental health, help people, how to make it scientific. Okay, a hospital, removing stigma, understanding people. That's wonderful. Just keep the answers flowing in, because it's more about in terms of your own self-awareness. So this particular slide is something very, very important, even in terms of understanding psychology. Yes, at one level, it's about like understanding psychology from the conventional schools and systems of psychology. At the same time, it's also about understanding that psychology, when you look at the broadened definition or the broad area of application and concepts, you can pick it up from anywhere, including the scriptures, the spiritual books, in terms of the Eastern philosophies, in terms of the Buddhist psychology, in terms of the scriptures like Vedas, Upanishads, the Bible, the Quran, in terms of different works of even people like Socrates, Aristotle, Descartes, Stoicism. Then how can we take it all and apply it at a different level, and how much you're being open to take it and apply it at a greater level? One key aspect in terms of psychology, in terms of applying psychology, if you look at it, is it's a tool or it's a technology which is going to help in terms of transformation, in terms of be, do, have, and be, do, have. You're already being someone, you're already able to do certain things, and you're already having certain results. From there, then how you can become a different person, a better person. How can you acquire the ability to do better things, to be able to actualize yourself and be able to be really passionate and work on in terms of your passion, your interest areas, and increase your abilities, skill set, and capabilities and knowledge? And how can you have better results? Now, better results can be in terms of your mental well-being, in terms of your emotional well-being, in terms of your career, in terms of your finances, in terms of your mindfulness, in terms of how much awareness you're having about your life, in terms of your relationships, in terms of happiness, in terms of peace, in terms of joy. So what will you like to become? What will you like to do? And what will you like to have? If you have a pen and paper, just keep on writing all the answers and making some quick notes for yourself as we are going through this one. So some of the areas for goal setting. Have you set goals for yourself in the following aspects of your life? Now, one key thing when it comes to living a complete life, living a balanced life, or living a great life, is about like understanding that there are different aspects of life. I've shared with you over here some different aspects of the life which are important according to me. Are there more aspects of life that every individual has? The answer is yes. At the same time, these are some of the important ones, and how are you being aware of them, and how are you taking action about them? In terms of your physical health, in terms of your mental health, in terms of your emotional well-being, career growth, business development, financial growth, active income, passive income, legacy, investments, learning, personal growth, vacation, hobbies, family, relationships, social environment, and your spiritual growth. Are you having the awareness? Number one. Number two is about then once you have the awareness, how much of interest and inclination you have to have better results in these different areas. The next one, where do you have the required knowledge, skill set, and the ability and the know-how to be able to take some action on them in a progressive manner? What are the choices you have, and what are the choices you can create? What are the resources you already have, and how can you become more resourceful? And how can you have better results? Psychology at one level, according to me, is all about results, and it's all about how are we living our life at this present moment, and how are we creating better moments for ourselves through this present moment. And here is a sample framework or a small framework in terms of roadmap to success clarity. I'll be happy to share this. If you want, you can quickly take a screenshot, and then we can move on to the next one. So if you look at in terms of the spectrum of application of psychology, or anything for that matter, in terms of problem solving approach, or in terms of like real world application for improving the human genius, it's about from problem resolution to actually living a dream. So is it about resolving certain problems? Is it about overcoming certain challenges? Is it about having a happiness and a mindful awareness about your status quo? Is it about achieving goals? Or is it about living a dream? And when you're a student of psychology, or when you're a practitioner of a psychology, a professional related with psychology, each of these areas gives its own spectrum in terms of like how you can lead yourself professionally. Is it about being a therapist? Is it about being a counselor? Is it about being a coach? Is it about being a teacher? Is it about being a trainer? Or is it about being a mentor or a role model? What exactly it is that you can take it forward and live through the entire spectrum. And psychology provides the knowledge, the tools and the techniques, the philosophies and the principle to be able to live in terms of the entire spectrum and also has the application of this thing. A lot of progress begins with a sense of discomfort or not being confined to what is the current status quo. And some more begins with gratitude too, and with a desire and inspiration to grow beyond what is your status quo. So how are you progressing? Are you progressing because you are feeling discomfort in your life and you want to overcome the problems, resolve the problems, or overcome the challenges? Or are you having the gratitude to what is there and then working on to achieving different goals and to making and living your dreams in your reality, not just seeing other people living your dreams in their reality? It's like saying like, oh my God, look at that person. That's exactly the type of car I want to have. That's exactly the type of house that I want to have. That's the exactly type of marriage that I want to have. Is it about like being inspired and feeling other people to be inspiration, or actually going on and taking the necessary action to be able to live those dreams in your reality? So what is it going to take? And how prepared you are for overcoming your challenges, solving your problems, achieving your goals, and making your dreams into your reality. The better your preparation in terms of quantity and quality, the higher will be the probability to make things happen in the way you want it and live the life that you desire. Okay, moving forward, this is something in terms of like, like especially for the enthusiasts in terms of psychology and students, and also for upcoming professionals in terms of where in the growth spectrum in the field of psychology or in the different sectors of psychology are you actually being in? Are you an explorer who's just exploring what psychology is all about? Are you being a student? Okay, fine, you have completed your studies. Then are you going ahead as an intern or an apprentice? Are you then going and gathering certain amount of professional experience and being a junior professional, a professional, or a senior professional? How are you committing yourself and giving the right intention, the right practice in terms of continuous learning, continuous practice and application, and developing the mastery that you need to become an expert? And how are you also setting up all the necessary systems and process so that you can be the brand authority? So how exactly and where exactly are you there in your own career pathway from being an explorer to becoming a brand authority as far as psychology is concerned? And let's look at it in terms of like one way of how you can look at achieving the results that you want. The beginning happens always with self-awareness and identifying what are different options you are having in front of you. So let us say you are starting from X. Now, when you're starting from X and you are going ahead it, then what are different options available for you? You may have two options, Y and Z. Fine. So you have identified different options. Now you have to make the choices, doing different permutation, combination, doing different SWOT analysis, doing different reflections and all those things. And from there, you create an action plan. And then you go ahead and implement it. Now, when you implement it based upon your action plan, over a period of time, you also do the evaluation and do the necessary course corrections. So let us say that you are there in X and you have taken some actions. You have done the implementation, the necessary implementation. Sometimes you progress positively. Sometimes you move away and make grow in a inappropriate or undesirable manner where you may have some losses. So it is not always X. The moment you start from there, it's always X plus or X minus. Now, when you are there in X plus or X minus, what are the different choices you have? When you start from X, you may have the choices Y and Z. However, at the position of X plus and X minus, you may have W, you may have M, you may have N, you may have Y, you may have Z. So that is where it's about having the self-awareness that is very, very important to be clear in terms of what are the different choices that you are having. And based upon the choices, how are you then creating the life that you are currently living? And are you looking forward for certain opportunities? Now, two questions for your reflection and action. Are you prepared to make the most of it if the opportunity shows up immediately? What is one single opportunity? Here's a quick question for all of you to answer it within yourself. What is the one opportunity that you are really looking forward for in your life? Now, if you're looking forward for an opportunity, how prepared you are to make the most of that opportunity if that opportunity shows up right now? And what will it take from yourself, your action, your mindset, your implementation, your initiative to be able to create that opportunity rather than waiting for it? How can you create the opportunity rather than waiting for it? Ask these questions, at regular intervals to yourself through reflection and contemplation, and maybe even journal answers, so that you can have your own personal growth. Because at the end of the day, all growth begins from self. And especially for people who are looking forward in terms of helping other people, we have to first start with helping ourselves. And it begins with, like charity begins at home. Then what's the concept of self that we have? And when we say self, there are different aspects and different perspectives again, with reference to the self, some of which I have mentioned over here are, in terms of your self-confidence, your self-esteem, your self-awareness, your self-love, your self-forgiveness, your self-actualization, your self-discipline, your self-image, and your self-acceptance. So how are you scoring yourself, and how are you taking actions, and how are you being conscious of all these different aspects of your own self? And from there, how are you being the light which is shining bright, and being the guide, the support for other people to shine for themselves? A journey of 1,000 steps begin with taking a step and continuing with taking more steps. So whatever your goal is, how about taking the time to understand how many action steps you ought to take to achieve the same, and then starting the continuing with the journey till you achieve your destination and your goal. Okay, so let's look at some of the cognitive processes and others where psychology has its own application, where all of you, like especially the students, have to learn a lot more in terms of developing your tools, your technologies, your capacities, and your ability to be able to train and help other people with, in terms of your memory, some are cognitive process and some are other psychological phenomena in terms of memory, learning, perception, projection, intelligence, emotions, recall, motivation, attention, feelings, emotions, resilience, personality development, relationships, intrapersonal and interpersonal, marriage, self, the concept of self, how a person glows and blooms by self, and how are they having the emotional self-regulation. So these are some of the concepts that has to be reflected upon. What you are mostly today is a product of your life till yesterday. What you can become tomorrow is based upon the decisions, actions, intentions, and changes you can bring forth from now, from today. With this as a thought, I'll quickly like to ask one more question for you to answer by yourself, and maybe even share it with the group over here through the chat. And that is, whatever you are, that's all, or whatever is the results or the reality that you're living in right now in your life, it's all a product of, mostly a product of, like whatever has happened till yesterday. So if you want to have a better reality, better results, better approach, better mindset, better attitude, optimism, positivity, then what decision you can make, what action you can take, what intention you can set, and what changes you can bring forth. Okay, take the time and answer, like in one or two answers which you can share with the group. What one decision you can make today? What one new action you can start doing it from today? What changes in your habits you can bring from today? Okay, more discipline, time management, more awareness of self, learning to be more proactive, expressing gratitude to life, self-love by being more respectful, self-conscious, balance to be more determined. That's right, that's wonderful. Exploration, happiness, commitment, time management, self-introspection, self-development, positivity, reading a book, personality development. Exactly. So then how can you make your life better? Bring in more satisfaction, bring in more focus, creating healthy boundaries. So then how can you do it, and how can you learn? Okay, so the next two slides is going to be all in terms of learning, where like sometimes you have to receive by being a student, sometimes you have to be a facilitator for the learning to happen, and sometimes you have to present, where you are the catalyst for the learning for someone else. So how can you do it? So this is one way of doing it, and exactly we are applying most of the things over here in terms of case studies, in terms of stories, in terms of debriefing, in terms of connecting the dots, in terms of journaling, and also in terms of other areas. So how can I gain mastery? How can I gain knowledge? How can I become better? How can I learn better in terms of anything, especially in terms of psychology? That's a question that people have. Okay, so answering that question, how can you learn to become a better expert or improve your mastery and expertise in terms of psychology? We do have the cone of learning, which also speaks about in terms of how much is the retention and how much we get to learn and experience and all those things. So if you look at it, it's about reading, writing, listening, speaking, presenting, and working. Okay, these are the main areas. So then what is it that I should read? What is it I should write? What is it I can listen? What is it I can speak? What is it I can present? And what is it that I can work upon? And if you look at all those areas, then it's all in terms of books, case studies, reports, journals, blogs, audiobooks, lectures, master classes, presentations, speeches, seminars, conferences, group discussions, deliberations, debates, application, role play, practice, mock-up sessions, contests, scientific papers, internships, psychometric tests, where you train other people, you teach to other people, you do workshops, you participate in workshops, you undergo supervision, you do practical training, you do contemplation, you do self-introspection, you do reflection, and you do journaling. So are you then applying these different learning tools which psychology presents to us, and psychology and other related fields present to us, to become better in psychology? That's what it is. Like we have a saying about NLP, especially from NFNLP, of which I'm also trainer, where they say it's about using NLP to learn NLP. Then it's about using the educational tools. It's about using the psychology tools to study psychology. It's about using the educational methods to learn about anything. How do you learn to learn? And what are the different tools and methods that you can do it about, that you can do it with? Then these are some of the different ways. Okay. Next, be an observer and observe your way to growth. So how can, okay, fine. So what is it that you have to observe upon? Observe yourself, your thoughts, your feelings, your actions, your behavior, your environment, your responses, your intentions, your progress, your success, your failures, your opportunities, your strengths and weaknesses, and all different aspects, and take them to a highly desirable level. How can you improve upon your behavior? You first start observing them, noticing where and all you can change it, and change it for the better. Notice your actions and then take it to the next level. Okay, and make it even more successful. Good, better, best, better than the best. And life is a continuing of always becoming better than the person that you were before. And that's actually one essence or one way of looking at it in terms of competition or competitiveness, where you don't compete with others, you compete in becoming better than your own self. And that's where you also bring forth the attribute of industriousness. So how industrious you are, how proactive you are in becoming a better version of yourself. And by becoming a better version of yourself, you keep on sharing and you develop the ability to learn better, to help better, to serve better. Okay, and take it to the next level. And for that, begin with being an observer. Then how to learn? Now, depending upon which stage of expertise you are and what is the different style of learning that you have been exposed to, and also the different learning environments that you have been exposed to and the support that you have, it's about looking at it from three different aspects. One is in terms of pedagogy, another one is in terms of andragogy, and another one is in terms of pedagogy, where at one level, you are given the questions and you are given the answers. At another level, you are given the questions and you are asked to find out your own answers, where support is given to find the answers. And at another level, you have to come up with your own questions and you have to come up with finding your own answers. So how are you then doing the same? Okay, which aspect you are doing it? The focus should be in terms of defining your own problems, redefining your own problems, or redefining your own searches. That's why it's even known as research. What's the meaning of life for me? Research. Is the meaning the same that you had in your childhood as compared to now? What's the source of happiness for you? Is the happiness having the same definition when you're a small kid, to being a teenager, to being a young adult, to being a middle-aged person, to being an old-age person? What is the purpose of life? Is it the same as you evolve, as you grow older? What is the meaning of life? What is fun for you? What motivates you? What inspires you? Is it the same in terms of how mature you become? Then what exactly it is, and from there, how can you then take the different learning styles and learn to a different level? And are we all a logical and rational beings? Are human beings really logical? Are human beings really rational? Or are we emotional? Or are there certain unconscious processes which actually tell us or determine in terms of our behavior? Then if you look at it, there are certain filters. Okay, there are certain filters, some of which we are conscious about, some of which we are unconscious about, some of which we can change easily, a lot of which we can change by putting in certain amount of effort, understanding, and continuous action. And if we look at it, it's all in terms of biases. All of us do have biases, which, if I have to share it in the language of NLP, is in terms of maximization, generalization, deletion, and distortion. So sometimes we take something specific and we generalize it in terms of all the other areas of life. As in, like you see one failure, then you say, it's not like I failed in this aspect. You say, I'm a failure. Then you just generalize yourself as if it's your identity. Then sometimes we just delete it. Sometimes we just distort what is the reality. And a lot of times this leads to challenges and problems. Sometimes it's about like we are being overconfident or over optimistic. Sometimes we are over regulating. Sometimes we are being too harsh on yourself. Sometimes we are being too kind about ourselves. Sometimes we excuse either ourselves or others in terms of the mistakes we do. We overlook them. Sometimes we miss out on opportunities for growth and prosperity and happiness and abundance. And what exactly is that unconscious force which actually plays behind it? Is it about the energy, or is it something that psychology has taken the effort to help us understand and look at it? It's in terms of biases. So what you have in the screen are some of the biases that actually regulate in terms of human behavior, in terms of our thought process, in terms of our emotional processes and all those things, because thoughts then goes through your feelings. Thoughts which get strengthened over a period of time becomes your belief systems. Belief systems are also which you have and ascribe a lot of value for. Then what is the feelings that you have? And as the feelings getting reinforced, then you have it in terms of even emotional responses. You have it as your natural emotional state or your predominant emotional state for some people. Then that leads on in terms of actions. And over a period of time, the actions becomes habits. And in presence of suitable triggers, they also becomes your responses, your learned behavior and your habit, and which leads to the results that you can have. And when results are like that, then one quote which I like to share with all of you is, no chain is stronger than the weakest link. So what is the weakest link? Is it somewhere where you can change it in terms of the action? Please change over that. Is it something in terms of the feeling or the emotion that you can change? Please change over that. Is it something in terms of where you can change your behavior or your results by changing your habits? Please change over that. Is it about having a support system to change? Please do that. Is it about your thoughts and beliefs? Or is it about having certain biases which you have, which is producing the results that you have? Then what is it exactly? Then look at it from that angle. And look at becoming a T-shaped expert. Okay, if you're in the field of psychology, look at becoming a T-shaped expert, where you develop the in-depth knowledge in terms of your area of specialty. Yes, psychology is a vast ocean. In that, what is your area of specialty? Is it CBT? Is it about educational psychology? Is it about career coaching? Is it about working with children? Is it about counseling? Is it about relationship counseling? Is it about therapy? Is it about hypnosis? Is it about psychoanalysis? Is it about transaction analysis? So what and which area of specialization or specialty you want to work in terms of developing your in-depth mastery? And at the same time, work on in terms of across different areas and become a broad person, become a T-shaped expert. That's when you can produce some real phenomenal results. Thank you. Technical team. Thank you.
Sorry, sir. Sorry for the disturbance. I would request everyone to please mute the audio.
Thank you. Okay. And that's where you can create better opportunities and better possibilities for yourself. Now, I'm sure, like over the 3 days, we have also been able to look at what are the different broad areas across our core area where we have to develop in terms of the expertise. Sometimes it's about all the other branches, systems and specialties and concepts with reference to psychology itself. Sometimes it's about the application areas. Sometimes it's about understanding the world that we are living in, the reality, how industries work, how management works, how technology works, how finance works, how the economic policies work, how the geopolitical situations is working, and all those different areas. Then how do you do it? One particular formula that I personally use when it comes to learning is something which I call as 60-20-10-10. Okay, 60-20-10-10. So what is this 60-20-10-10? 60% of resources, knowledge, time, learning, attention, and focus, I myself put it in terms of working in the area of specialty and developing that in-depth mastery. 20% is in terms of working in the broad area. So like, say, for example, let us say, right now I'm studying about hypnosis. That's the area where I want to specialize and focus more on. Then 60% of it will be in terms of learning about hypnosis. Then 20% will be in terms of learning in terms of other aspects of psychology. So it may be in terms of transaction analysis, it may be in terms of psychoanalysis, it may be about the work of Sigmund Freud, it may be about Carl Rogers, it may be about Carl Jung, it may be in terms of Eric Berne, it can be in terms of Anderson, it can be in terms of developmental psychology, it may be in terms of social psychology, and all those different areas. 10% of it is about being able to understand the world reality in terms of like, okay, fine, what's the different technology tools that's coming up? How is technology blooming up? How is it that, the learning methods are changing? How is it that people are responding in terms of social media? How can I connect better with people? How can I handle technology better? How can I handle my mobile phone better? How can I work on in terms of my time management, my professional management, my confidence, my working on in terms of, my prioritization, my list, my goal setting, and all those other areas. And 10% is all about in terms of exploration, which may or may not be connected with any of these three things. It may be in terms of going and studying something completely unrelated, okay, which may or may not have impact in terms of this one. Sometimes it may be in terms of going and speaking to different people. Sometimes it may be in terms of talking to other experts. Sometimes it may be in terms of attending conferences, which may or may not be related to the previous three areas. Sometimes it may be about taking up a non-fiction book or a fiction book or a novel and just, like exploring in terms of expanding my paradigm. Sometimes it may be about, taking a session, supervising, and all those things. So how do you then have a formula, a framework to be able to develop yourself as a T-shaped expert? That's something that's very, very important. Okay, so let's look at some of the areas of applications for psychology. Some of them are traditional and some of them are new emerging areas. So yes, we do have the clinical psychology, the community psychology, consumer psychology, counseling, cyber psychology, mission psychology, coaching psychology, educational psychology, industrial and organization psychology, forensic psychology, leadership psychology, legal psychology, health psychology, military psychology, and then we have sports psychology, forensic psychology, human resources, and we have different emerging areas. Okay, a lot of emerging areas are still emerging in terms of career psychology, in terms of self-actualization, and also be able to look at certain other areas in terms of spiritual growth, spiritual psychology. So what exactly it is, and where is that you can even look for some of the sub niches within this and take it even further. And also, where is it that you can take psychology as a technology, as a system, as a philosophy, and find out new opportunities for applying. Now, when we look at it, these are some of the sustainable developmental goals or global goals at Agenda 2030 that a lot of organizations across the world are working on to improve upon it. So how can we use different philosophies, principles, techniques, tools, methodologies of psychology and then metamorphosize and take it and use it for application in these different areas. Sometimes it may be directly applying in these areas. Sometimes it's about like being able to work with different people who are working in different areas and making them better, more sophisticated and more functional and improving their quality of life so that they can impact more people. So then how can you look at in terms of applying psychology in all the different areas, whether be it in terms of eradicating poverty, whether it in terms of clean water and sanitization, whether it is in terms of decent work and economic growth, whether it is in terms of quality education, whether it is in terms of creating partnerships to achieve the goals. Because every single place, there are certain results. And where there are results, there are people working over there. And those people have certain behavior, have certain thoughts, have certain feelings. So how can you impact the people over those areas in terms of their thoughts, their feelings, their behaviors? Yes, people do understand that economic growth is important. Then what are some of the belief systems? For example, if I have to say, what are some of the belief systems or limiting beliefs people have when it comes to their finances? Some people say, yes, money is important, savings are important. Do they have savings? Do they have proper investments? If they do, then they are congruent and alignment and will have better results. If they are not, where they say something and they act in extremely opposite way or a different way, then the results are not going to be there, and they are going to feel the overwhelm, the confusion, the stress, and all those areas. So where is the place where we can help? It's about like bringing forth that alignment and supporting them in different areas. And one more important thing: if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. You plan to fail. This is a quote, like which has been attributed to different people. Now, however, what if you don't schedule and execute on your plan? You have made a brilliant plan. What is going to happen if you don't schedule and execute on your plan? That is something that's very, very important. So yes, we have covered in terms of so much different aspects and perspectives in terms of psychology, in terms of how you can learn to be better. What are the different areas where you have to focus on? How you can become a T-shaped expert? What are the different ways where you can take it forward and learn from different people and learn from yourself and take actions about yourself? How you can do in terms of goal setting, how you can have the execution on it. And there, where is it that you are actually scheduling and executing on your plan? So here is where I would like to, like leave you with a thought. What's more effective than a to-do list? For some people, it's a not to-do list. Yes, that is also there. At the same time, what's more effective than a to-do list? According to me, one thing which is more effective than a to-do list is a calendar with the actual scheduling of all your to-dos that you have set up based on priorities and are fully committed to follow through and get done. Because it's not about the intentions, it's not about the ideas, it's not about the thoughts, it's not about the feelings, it's not about your value system which is going to produce the results. Yes, all those things are also important. At the same time, how do we apply it? How do we execute it? And how do we take it in terms of the real transformation process and transform our realities? That's where it is very important. And another important aspect in terms of psychology, which I'll like request all of you to have a deeper study and look forward, is also in terms of the different triads and triangles. The triads as in like the id, ego, and superego, or the child ego states in terms of child, adult, and parent, or the drama triangle in terms of victim, persecutor, and rescuer, or the empower dynamic in terms of challenger, coach, and creator. What exactly it is, go and look at it. And the reality that we are living in, are we living in a real reality or is it an illusion? Or are we living it in a desired reality? Then some of the questions where we can ask ourselves to really empower our reality is in terms of what, why, when, where, with whom, for what. Okay, all these areas, when you answer these questions in terms of what is it that you want to do, why is it that you want to do, what is it is your goal, why is it gives you the purpose, by when you have to do it gives you the timeline, where tells you the channel or the route in which you have to do it, with whom speaks about in terms of your team, for whom is going to tell and share about in terms of who and all are the people whom you are going to impact, and for what tells to you in terms of the intrinsic real purpose, the real meaning, where you can live a life of greater impact, greater happiness, greater satisfaction, greater awareness. So then how can you empower your reality? How can you empower the awareness of your reality? How can you be more committed to taking action in your reality and create a better reality for yourself, or live your dreams in your reality? What exactly it is. And for that, develop thyself. So when it comes to developing thyself, it's about some of the areas. It can be in terms of your knowledge, skills, personality, systems, continuous learning, mastery, integrity, authenticity, active listening, being an unprejudiced observer, developing the patience, putting in the practice, developing empathy, compassion, and having unconditional positive regard. And for all of this, to begin with yourself and then expanding it to other people. And also go ahead in terms of group learning and application. Yes, there are a lot of perspectives, there are a lot of areas which we have covered till now. Now, how can a person gain the mastery? So let me give you a shortcut over there also. That's where it's very important to have in terms of group learning and application. Okay, anything that you want to learn, can you find more people, especially when you go and join different associations, join different forums, join different communities, or be a part of it, or even create one among yourself with your friends, or with your mentors, with your role models, with your teachers, in terms of group learning and application, where you say like, okay, fine, today, let us all learn. This entire week, we are going to study. I'm going to study about this pioneer. I'm going to study about this system. I'm going to study about this school. I'm going to study about this concept. I'm going to study about this condition. So how about one person says studies about Sigmund Freud? How about one person studies about humanistic psychology? How about one person studies about self-actualization? How about one person studies about shadow concept? How about one person studies about neurosis? How about one person studies about self-confidence? How about one person studies about memory? And then all of you get together and share and exchange the ideas, do the discussion, do the presentations, do the deliberation. And that way, take it to the next level. How about each one of you come up with, like your own exercise, a session, and then take it to the next level. That's why, like group learning and application is really very, very important. Because if you want to grow beyond a certain level, trust me, I believe in it firmly that we need a team to support us and to travel the journey along with us. And that's where it's about like being really able to honor our relationships and also self-actualizing the different relationships which we have. Do you have friends who are also students or professionals in the field of psychology or enthusiasts in field of psychology? Then get them on, form the team. Yes, there is always the time to have chat. There is always the time to have fun. There's always the time to, like just do some time pass or pastime. How about also making it more productive? How about using it with a sense of purpose? How about taking it to the highest level of existence of your relationships? And sometimes, and some places where you can really come up with the right systems, where you say like, okay, fine, 5 of us are there, we are professionals, let us develop a group training program, let us develop a group business, or let us develop a group application, and then take it and even be able to monetize it. So then how do we do it? We are living in an era where it's no longer about people. And it's about like being able to, when I say no longer about people, it's no longer about just individuals, it's about the entire society. And there is something known as the butterfly effect, where anything that you do, okay, it's going to be impacting a lot of things that you do is going to be impacting other people. Then how are you being purposeful and mindful of your relationship, where you say 1 + 1 is not 2, you